Thank you very much for inviting me to present my group at this workshop. My group is a very much wet lab experimental group, but we also do and have done in the past some computational work. So this talk today will be a mix. By the way, I have 40 minutes, right?
1 hour.
Even 1 hour. Okay, so then I can even go for another presentation. So I will present a little bit what I've done in the past. I was in many different places. So Olomouc, now I'm 60 years old, is probably my last station in my career. I started in Munich to do my PhD with Ivar Ugi, who amongst the experimentalists might be known for the Ugi reaction, which is a so-called multi-component reaction, very important reaction in organic chemistry, in drug discovery. Then I had an interplay in different startup companies, which I founded by myself, and then I got a position at the University of Pittsburgh, where I met my friend Carlos Camacho, which is very much in computational biology, and there we started to do the first computational projects together. There I also met his then postdoctoral student, David Koss, which you might know because he's quite famous with his software, which is very powerful to predict binders to proteins. And there we started to do the first software, which I will present in a while. Then I went on from the University of Pittsburgh to Groningen in Netherlands. In Netherlands I was for more than 10 years before I started my career here in the beautiful Olomouc in Czechia. Okay, so far a little bit of introduction. So these are the 4 or 5 topics I want to talk about today. Virtual, this is really a little bit useless, the pointer, okay. Virtual synthesis on demand libraries and automated pattern analysis, which is a very new project of my PhD student who is sitting here in the audience. Innovative chemistry is also a very brand new project. Actually, we discovered this reaction only a couple of weeks ago, but we are already pretty advanced with our technology. And then I will talk a little bit about miniaturized, extremely miniaturized and automated chemistry. And last but not least, if the time is allowing, about high throughput analysis of the data. Okay, so on this slide, I'm claiming that we had the first make on demand virtual screening library public. So these make on demand virtual libraries are very popular nowadays and are used in computational chemistry, but also in pharmaceutical companies a lot. A little bit of background, so we have these virtual screening libraries, and there are many of them. Some of them are named here. For example, the Zinc library from San Francisco. Then the Zinc library was starting with a couple of millions, maybe a decade ago. Now it's well beyond 1 billion compounds. So people are moving based on the computational power to these ultra-large screening libraries. And then in Switzerland, there is a guy, very interesting. He is exhaustively enumerating all combinations of the most popular atoms in drug discovery or in organic chemistry, like carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, hydrogen, sulfur, phosphorus, and he's trying to make all the possible combinations, and he calls them GDP libraries. So for example, this GDP 15 is 28 billion compounds, which are up to 208 Daltons. So this gives you a little bit of the impression of the chemical space we are talking about if you're doing drug discovery and we want to find active molecules. So the last example is especially interesting to me as a synthetic chemist because very often I have the feeling what is left out is the synthesizability of the compounds. Of course, you can enumerate everything, but at the end of the day, the proof of the pudding is making the compounds and testing the compounds in the flask. So what about synthesizability? Now a make-on-demand library, which is very popular, is the one from Enamine, which is based on the Enamine building blocks and commercial building blocks, which in a very short sequence of steps you can diversify to create many, many different compounds, really huge numbers, and you can claim, and I think this is a good claim because Enamine is really a very, very good company, so it's very, very trustful in terms of what they are promising and what they are providing. They can really synthesize the compounds, these virtual compounds. Okay, so if people are talking about this make on demand, then the first thing which comes into mind is this Enamine space, real space. But the reality is that we already started in 2012 with a online software or online page which is called Anchor Query at the University of Pittsburgh to do something similar. So Anchor Query is a specialized pharmacophore search technology that brings interactive virtual screening of novel protein-protein inhibitors to the desktop. This is what is written on the web page, and if everything goes well, then I'm able to show it to you online. So it's working on a server at the University of Pittsburgh, but it's not using any supercomputer power or something like this. So all the calculations you will see now are real time and, as you might appreciate, very fast. So this service is online since 2012. So this is the entrance page, and you can choose from the PDB any protein-protein interaction. You can also upload your own PDB structures, and you can search a chemical space of 30 million compounds, which are represented as 2 billion conformers. So these 30 million compounds, and that was my major contribution, are coming from our lab. I'm not saying that we were making 30 million compounds, but we provided the procedures how to make these 30 million compounds. So one thing which I want to make clear is that all of these compounds are synthesizable, and we have worked back and down through all these reactions, so we know scope and limitation of these reactions, and we are pretty confident, and we have heard this from many people and from my group, of course, that all these compounds can be easily made. So there are a couple of examples uploaded. Let's go for P53MDM2, because P53MDM2 is a project where I was working with a colleague in Krakow, Ted Hollack, for many, many years. This is an important target in oncology. P53 is a transcription factor which runs wrong in cancer, in many human cancers. And MDM2 is a negative regulator of P53. It's one of these E3 ligases, which is leading to ubiquitinylation of the target protein and then degradation of the target protein. And of course, this is something you don't want to have in a cancer context, that P53 is degraded, because P53 is one of the actions of P53 is to lead cancer cells into apoptosis if too much things are going wrong in the cell. Okay, so this is this is the crystal structure of P53, and of p53 and MDM2. In this crystal structure, the background, the lines are MDM2. MDM2 is a receptor, and a alpha helix, a amphipathic alpha helix of p53 is binding to MDM2. And the full amphipathic helix is not shown here, but only the lipophilic part of the amphipathic helix, which is penetrating into the receptor. This is the important one if you want to study small molecules which can antagonize this protein-protein interaction. So this program is providing you an automated generation of a pharmacophore model, which is consisting of this tryptophan in the middle, which is, we call it our anchor point, because it's the most deeply buried amino acid side chain in the receptor protein. So this will be our starting point to generate small molecules. So they are all based on the tryptophan idea in the middle. And then on the left-hand side, we have a lysine, and on the right-hand side, we have a phenylalanine, which are assigned as hydrophobic pharmacophores. So if you're not happy with the pharmacophore classes, then you can change the pharmacophore class. For example, the two green ones are the hydrophobic one. Lysine definitely is a hydrophobic pharmacophore, but you might want to change, for example, the phenylalanine to a aromatic pharmacophore. Okay. So there, in this software, in this online software, you have a lot of ways to interact and to do your own stuff. So there is also a filter tab, which you can use. Here are the encoded chemistries shown. So there are approximately 20, 30 different types of reactions inside, which you can screen either as the whole chemical space of 30 million compounds, or you can select certain scaffolds which you like for some reason. So what we will do here, and you can introduce Pfizer rules and stuff like this. So what we are doing now, we submit the query, and this is now running on the server in real time at the University of Pittsburgh, and you can see that it took 6 minutes to screen 2 billion conformers for this query, and there were 400,000 hits found. So you might ask, why is it so fast? Why can we screen? And this is not a supercomputer. It can be done on any small computer. Why is it so fast that we can screen 2 billion conformers in just 6 seconds? The reason is that we are not doing random docking, but our requirement, our intellectual input is that the tryptophan residue in this protein-protein interaction is very, very important. So all the small molecules which have a indole, which is mimicking the tryptophan, are placed on the tryptophan. Okay? And this is the reason why it is super fast, because then the program is only looking for fitting the other two pharmacophore points. Of course, there's some wiggling factor and so on and so on, so it's not a one-to-one fitting. Anyway, here on the right-hand side, you see the results. And this is just a pharmacophore fitting. So then we can do, as a second step, a minimization step, where the compounds are now docked into this binding site. And this is taking naturally a little bit longer, but we can wait for it. It's just approximately half a minute. It gives me the chance to get some water. P53 was a very, very important target in pharma, like 10, 15 years ago. Many compounds went into clinical trials, but it was a pretty much failure. So there is still one compound from Boehringer Ingelheim in middle stage clinical trials, but all over MDM2 was a disappointment. Okay, you can see after 30 seconds we got 10,000 minimized compounds, and then let's have a look into some of the compounds. Okay, that is one I like very much. It's the so-called van Leusen reaction. It's a three-component reaction of an aldehyde, a primary amine, and a tosmic derivative. It's a beautiful chemistry. It always works under very, very mild conditions. And what you should appreciate is that the tryptophan side chain of the P53 very much overlaps with the indole side chain of the imidazole ring system of the van Leusen scaffold, and also that the side chains, the other two side chains which are formed during this three-component reaction, very nicely fit the other two pharmacophore points. And these kind of compounds we resynthesized a lot, and so we are a wet lab chemistry group, so we resynthesize the compounds, we check the compounds for binding affinity. We made a lot of co-crystal structures, so if you go in the PDB and you look for MDM2, that I would say 20% of the structures are from us. And indeed, these are very powerful and potent antagonists of this protein-protein interaction. So, if you want to use this kind of tool, then in my opinion, as an organic chemist, the most beautiful part is that, of course, I can show you a van Leusen scaffold, but for the majority here in the room, that doesn't mean anything. But if you look here, this is the procedure. This is the procedure how to make this molecule. All these molecules are unknown. They are totally novel, so in principle you could file a patent if you use it. But there are analog compounds which have been described in literature, and since the chemistry is very much validated by us and by many other groups, we feel extremely confident that the reproducibility of our virtual results is close to 100%, so 99% or whatever. So the procedure is shown here. All these are commercial compounds. So if you click on this e-molecule button here, then you will find the provider who is giving you access to these compounds. And if you are not an organic chemist and you don't have a friend, well, you need to have a friend which is organic chemistry, otherwise you cannot make the compounds. So you go to your buddy and tell him, look, this procedure here, Journal of Organic Chemistry from 1977, please make me this compound. And I guarantee that this is working, and you will get very nice yields in gram amounts or milligram amounts, whatever you need, the corresponding compound according to this procedure. And this is true for all the 20 or 30 different scaffolds we have uploaded here. Okay. So you see that there is a preference of this receptor in this specific chemical space for the van Leusen reaction, but then there is another one which is called Gewalt reaction, which is shown here, and indeed these are also superpotent compounds. So in my opinion, that is the first make-on-demand online library, because it's online since 2012. Pretty much unknown. Also, we published it again and again and again. Okay, so that's the backup in case the software would not work or the connection would not work. So this is basically what we went through already. Here, this is from a publication where we did a little bit of checking by synthesis of the compound and by determining experimentally the affinities. So you can see in the first row all the affinities, they are low micromolar or high nanomolar. These are all different scaffolds, and in red you see the part which is mimicking the tryptophan. So it's not a blind method. You have to put some thinking inside. You have to think or you have to guess which of the amino acids is the most important one for this specific protein-protein interaction. So the p53-MDM2 case is a simple one because definitely the tryptophan is the most deeply buried. So it's a good starting point in order to make small molecules based on the tryptophan motif. But you can also see that some of the compounds, where is it, are low nanomolar, and the best compounds we have produced out of this series was, I think, 2 nanomolar or something like this. And we validated many of them by crystal structure analysis. So here you see some of the crystal structures, alignment of different types of scaffolds. So here on the left-hand side, you see 2 molecules of the Van Duysen scaffold, and here on the right-hand side, you see some UGI-type scaffolds. We have applied this software tool to many different protein-protein interactions. Some of them are shown here: HIV, GP41, IL-2 receptor interactions, and so on and so on. Again, it's not a blind tool. You have to put some intellectual thinking into it. Otherwise, probably nothing will come out which is useful. Okay, so in summary, Anchor Query is an online pharmacophore search technology. Again, it's built on 30 million unique unpublished multi-component interaction products, compounds presented as 2 billion different conformers. It's a make-on-demand library because the chemistry is pre-validated. Even if none of these compounds were made previously, it's made on a procedure, so it's highly reliable. And one thing I also have to mention, so we are big fans of so-called multi-component interaction chemistry. We don't like the idea that we have to make a target molecule by a sequential 7-step synthesis, which is the average number of steps you have to undergo in order to make a product which is on the market as a drug. Okay? So we want to do things in 1 step or in 2 steps. So we use a concept which I will explain in a moment, which is called multi-component reactions. And the advantage of these multi-component reactions is it's one pot and it's extremely fast. So there is a great time saving. Then the protocols are given for each of the compounds. And one thing I forgot to mention, the building blocks we are using in this enumeration of the virtual library are extremely cheap. So we put a threshold inside that even academic people can afford synthesizing the compound. So there is no building block inside which costs 500 or 1,000 euro per gram. Everything is very cheap, so it's a nice feature. Okay, it was published a lot. Some of the publications are shown here since the presentation will be online, so you can go into it and have a look. Oops, okay. So now let's switch a little bit to chemistry. That was computational chemistry. Now comes chemistry. So let me introduce to you the concept of multi-component interaction chemistry. The guy here on the right-hand side is Ivar Ugi, who was my PhD advisor, and he is the godfather of multi-component reactions. Multi-component reactions are a very interesting concept, which is a little bit shown here in this white box. So on the left-hand side, this is 99% of the textbook chemistry in organic chemistry, what typical organic chemist students will learn during their studies. So you have 1 component transformations, 1 starting material going to 1 product. Then you have 2 component reactions where you combine 2 starting materials to 1 product. And then on the right-hand side, you have 6 component reactions where in 1 pot you are mixing 6 different components and you get 1 defined product. Okay? So what is a multi-component reaction? MCRs are defined as reactions where more than 2 starting materials react to form a product, incorporating essentially all of the atoms of the starting materials, of the educts. The advantages of this kind of chemistry are shown here. It's extremely convergent type of synthesis, so we can get fast to the product. It's very sustainable because instead of a 7-step sequential synthesis, with all the negative points of organic synthesis, like setting up the reaction, running the reaction, purification of the reaction, analysis of the reaction, you have to do 7 times, and here only 1 time. Another interesting feature of these multi-component reactions is these colorful balls here are all representations of a specific functional group. So if you combine these different functional groups, then you end up in a very, very large combinatorial space which you can use for drug discovery. And multi-component reactions is not one reaction, but it's a huge number of different reactions. So it's a scaffold diversity. We have databases of these kind of reactions, so it's hundreds and hundreds of different reactions of scaffolds you can do by this kind of chemistry. And when I'm giving this talk in the front of pharma people, then they often say, okay, but you know, this is not very drug-like, but then we made the test and we went into the FDA-approved compounds, and it turns out that 5 to 10% of the compounds which are approved as drugs you can make by this kind of technology of using multi-component reactions. So if you want to learn a little bit more, I have written a couple of reviews. This is an old one from 2006 about multi-component reactions. Okay, so I was so much fascinated about this kind of chemistry that after my PhD I continued to do this chemistry, and now I'm 60 years old and still doing this kind of chemistry, which I learned from my teacher Iva Ugi many years ago. So we published a lot of these multi-component reactions, and there is a small excerpt of our publications. So they are shown very generically, and they are color-coded according to the building blocks, according to the different starting materials. So you can appreciate, like for this multicyclic, polycyclic ring system, that you can do many, many different analogs from the corresponding starting materials building blocks. And we also applied these to peptide chemistry. So we did a lot of staple peptides as well using this kind of chemistry. So now something very, very novel. As I mentioned, this is only a couple of weeks old. This is a very interesting scaffold. Let's call it triazolopiprazine without these numbers. And the scaffold is shown here. So it's a so-called privileged motif because it is showing up in many different drug discovery projects. You will find it again and again in different patents, and there are several compounds on the market which are based on this scaffold. So it contains, it's composed of a 5-membered electron-rich aromatic triazole ring system, and it is composed of a aliphatic piperazine ring system. So this combination of these 2 ring systems gives this scaffold very specific, interesting properties. The molecular weight of this scaffold is rather low, and here are some calculated properties for this low molecular weight assembly of 5 carbons and 4 nitrogens. We have a very high polar surface area, but on the other hand, we have a very low C-log P, which is very important in drug discovery. This is one of the key properties. And we also predict a very good water solubility. which is true because it was measured. So these kind of properties are extremely important in the context of drug discovery, because not everything is about affinity, it's also about the drug-like properties. So if you have a compound which has a low C log P, then by definition, almost you have a very high metabolic stability, which can be easily explained. You have a good permeability and you have a good solubility. So these are three key drug-like properties you want to see in a scaffold, in a compound. So you could imagine if you are, of course this compound is inactive, it's not binding to a protein, so you have to decorate it, you have to put substituents in the different positions. And what is happening during addition of substituents to a scaffold, you are increasing the C log P, the lipophilicity, and you are getting more and more drug-unlike. And so you want to have a starting point which is guiding you into the right direction. And since we have a negative, almost -2 C log P, even if you add very greasy stuff in the different positions, you end up with a molecule which has a C log P of 2 to 3, which is definitely something you want to get, which is very drug-like. So let's go to the chemistry a little bit. These are the two standard syntheses for this scaffold. Without going much into the detail, the multiple errors are indicating that it is not a one-pot synthesis, but it's a sequential several-step synthesis. And you can also see from the type of building blocks which are shown here that the diversity to introduce substituent side chains is not easy to accomplish. So this is why we were looking into a different process, and we designed on the blackboard a multi-component reaction chemistry. So with our glasses, which are trained for multi-component reactions, we were thinking about this scaffold, and we came up with this idea to combine these four components in a UGI-type reaction. So we are combining a carboxylic acid, a ketone or aldehyde, a oxo component, with a diamine, ethylene diamine, propylene diamine, primary amines of course, and this very specific building block which is an isocyanide, which is not only an isocyanide but which also has a second functionality to undergo a so-called nitrogen-Wittig reaction. Okay. That was the idea, and since I have very gifted students, they immediately go to the lab and check if this reaction is working, and this is the first NMR of one of these compounds, where we also have a crystal structure, so we can be sure about the structural proposal of this compound. Of course, you can see it's impure, so it would need for the publication some purity checking and so on and so on. But this was a very good indication that in principle this chemistry is working. So then in my lab we are trying to work a lot through parallel chemistry. We think that if you do chemistry sequentially one after the other one, then you're losing a lot of time. So this is the reason why we work, we like to work in 96 well plates, in 384 well plates, or even in 1536 well plates. So we use parallel chemistry for different features, for reaction optimization, scope and limitation, then for library production on the 96 well plate format, which we very often combine with autopurifier. Autopurifier is an automated HPLC which can purify the compound out of the 96 well plate. This is very important for screening, especially if you do phenotypical screening, where you go on cells, because cells typically don't like the idea that you have a mixture. Well, there is something direct to biology, but this is something we can discuss separately. Typically, we are purifying our compounds, or we use it for library production on a 384 and 1536 well format, which is, of course, nanosynthesis. But this is the contrary of nanosynthesis, or this is the synthesis of the building block. on a 120 gram scale. So we are chemists, so we like to do big flasks and see the yellow powder, and then we are satisfied and we have a good feeling. So this is a key building block, therefore, of course, we need it in big amounts. Okay, so let me lead you through a typical 96 well setup. On the left-hand side, we have the different building blocks. So remember, we have 4 different inputs. Only one was constant, which was the isocyanide, and the other 3 are highly variable. And of course, what you want to find out is what is the compatibility of the different types of different building blocks. And I like to say that every combination is possible, but unfortunately, this is not true. So you have to find out scope and limitation given a specific reaction procedure. So the first thing we have to do is generation of the stock solutions, which is shown here on the left-hand side, and then in a manual fashion, we are using multi-pipeters in order to put the compounds into these house-made 96 well plates, which allow us to reflux and run the reactions under different types of conditions, reaction conditions. And then it is sealed and heated on the right-hand side. And yeah, these are the 2 gifted ladies which are doing this kind of chemistry. Both of them are PhD students in my group, Elisabetta and Samata. Elisabetta, as you could imagine, is from Italy, and Samata is from India. So just to say a small side comment, for unknown reasons, I don't have any Czech students. I was really trying hard to get a Czech student in my lab. And so we are super international. They come from everywhere, but we don't have one Czech student. I don't know. I'm a very nice guy. We pay good. We have interesting stuff. I don't know. Maybe you can do some advertisement for me. Okay, so this is the kind of 96 setup the ladies are performing to find out the best reaction conditions, to find out scope and limitation, scouting. So this is a picture from yesterday, okay? So it's not yet beautiful. It is only 2 colors, red and green. And this is after UPLCMS analysis. So none of the compounds is yet isolated and characterized, but from UPLCMS we know that the green parts here are formed in good amounts, give a big peak. And this, I wanted to show this also, it's very preliminary, but we are super excited about this result because it's so much better than the current synthesis in all respects. None of these compounds you could do in the classical synthesis I've shown you before. Okay, let me show you some examples. Okay, again, it's not very professionally. I made it by myself. This compound here, we have the inclusion of 2 chiral centers based on the commercial availability of this chiral diamine. It would be impossible to make this compound by the classical way. Here on the right-hand side, this also contains a lot of chirality, and it contains a spiro group, a spiro compound in this quaternary center between the basic nitrogen and the triazole unit. And if you go through this group of compounds, you see that there are many different spirocycles, and well, spirocycle is something which excites medicine chemists because it brings you more 3D and stuff like this. So that is also a very interesting example up there because we used a antranilic acid as a building block. The carboxylic acid of the antranilic acid is working as the carboxylic acid component you would expect, but we can introduce the amine group, the aniline group, without any protecting group. So we have a molecule which has a basic secondary piperazine unit, which you can acylate and do typical other type of chemistries, reductive decontamination, but you also have an aniline. And the basicity difference between the aniline and the secondary amine of the piperazine allows you to make selective chemistry. So we are super excited. That is the message of this slide. Okay, so now to another project which is also very novel, automated patent analysis, SAR extraction. So pharmaceutical patents is something which is not the daily business of academic people, which is a little bit unfortunate because pharmaceutical patents are a huge treasure trove for information. There are millions of patents, and it's pretty much unexplored information, which on the other hand is public available. And this information mostly does not go into the classical literature, into the classical journal literature. And in a pharmaceutical patent, typically you have hundreds and hundreds of relevant compounds against a specific target. And if you are interested in one specific target where other people are also interested in, then you can collect different patents to the same target, and you get immense information, different types of scaffolds, different types of binding sites or the same binding site. And in pharma, that is a job which is done, the analysis of these kind of patents, but it's extremely tedious. It has to be done by specialists, and it's very, very, very time consuming. So if you would have a way to automatically analyze this kind of information, that would be, of course, beneficial. But this is not easy because patents are typically uploaded as images. The chemical structures can be presented in many different ways, from smiles to handwritten is also possible. Or if you think about how organic molecules were presented 50 years ago as opposed to nowadays, there is a very, very big difference. And again, all of these are pictures, so you cannot easily download them and analyze them. Then the activity data, which are shown here, are also very difficult to read because there is, of course, a one-to-one relationship between the structures and the activities, but it's hidden. So the structure is not in the table, it has a number, and the number might be renumbered in the patent, and this is done by purpose because a pharmaceutical company is interested to make the patent as unreadable as possible. Okay, so it's not easy to automatically extract this kind of information. And this is where Ricardo Fusco, which is sitting here, another very, very gifted PhD student of mine, is working on a software which is able to automatically or semi-automatically mine patents. So we are working on a project which is called ChemPatentizer, semi-automated patent binding to guide unique drug development. The features are shown here. So we have parsing of the patent. We have to extract the chemical structures and the kind of software which is used, as mentioned here in these bullet points. We have to assign the right ID to the structures, and we have to do the assignment of the activities, but also the assignment of the screening system. You can measure the biological activity of a compound against a target in many, many different ways, and you will see, interestingly, how divergent the numbers are. If you use NMR-driven affinity measurements or ITC-driven measurements, the numbers will vary like day and night. And of course, you cannot combine Apple with peers, so you have to make sure that the same type of screening system is used in the different patents, otherwise it's not comparable. So you can use this workflow to get insight into the QSAR, and from there you can predict novel compounds which are, for example, not mentioned in the corresponding patent. So we think, and we have shown this for a couple of targets we are working on actively, and you can read this very soon in this manuscript. And it's very, we use it a lot for matched molecular pair analysis and to identify the substituent which can make the biggest change in the activity of a given scaffold. So I think this is a very, very useful tool, and the most important thing is you can reduce the work of a specialist from hours per patent to minutes by this kind of software. So it's really super useful. Okay, so now let's go again back to chemistry, but now we do a little bit technology. So in 2019, we introduced acoustic droplet ejection as a method to do organic chemistry, organic synthesis. So in this publication, ACS Central Science, we for the first time showed that we can use this technology to make organic synthesis. The principle is shown here on the right-hand side. So with ultrasound pulses, which go into one well of a 96, 384, 1536 well plate, we form tiny little droplets of 2.5 nanoliter volume, which are ejected out of the liquid, and they can be transported into a receiver plate. And this is an extremely fast technology, so you can form more than 400 droplets per second, and you can very rapidly fill a 1536 well plate with different building blocks and perform different types of chemistries. And this very much fits into what we believe in my lab is important. Miniaturization and automation is leading to acceleration. So in my opinion, this is one of the very few experimental methods in chemistry to create big data. Everyone is talking about big data. Big data is important. The data quality, the non-presence of big data. So this method here allows you to get high quality big data in a very simple way. So this is showing the filling, the real-time filling of a 384 well plate. The upper plate, also a 384 well plate, contains the building blocks. So you can see, you can appreciate it's a 3-component reaction. So we have 3 different types of building blocks, and they can be combined according either randomly or according to an algorithm into the receiver plate to make specific compounds. And you can appreciate that this filling of the 384 well plate only takes a couple of seconds. So this kind of chemistry we like very much, and I'm very happy about my recently received ERC grant, because this instrument, acoustic droplet ejection, is unfortunately very expensive. It's in the same order of magnitude as a NMR, and so this is typically not something which is around in many institutes. And we have now 2 of these machines, of these echo machines, which are shown here. And on the left-hand side, so this is the lab in Katrin. On the left-hand side, you see a high-throughput purification unit where we can put 384 well plates and purify and analyze the compounds very rapidly. So this combination here is, for me and for my work in the lab, the future. On the one-hand side, on the left-hand side, we see the echo synthesis and the features. So a 1536 well plate in less than 2 hours. All types of different chemistries I will show in a moment are working on this platform, products, peptides, small molecules, hundreds of different scaffolds. The typical size of the reaction, the volumes are between 100 and 500 nanoliter, which is resulting in still a sizable amount of products. So typically with a molecular weight of 300-400 Dalton, we are talking about 1 microgram of product, which is super sufficient for running a lot of screening systems, and we can either do direct to biology or we can auto-purify. So now we combine this with a right-hand side, which is also based on echo technology, with a mass spec, echo MS, Zenotov, and there we can screen a 1536 well plate in less than 1 hour for the presence of the compound. But we can also use it for screening. For example, we can screen proteins and their interaction with small molecules. We are very much in love with covalent inhibitors. So we have libraries of acrylamides, which you will see in a moment, and we can combine them with cysteine mutated proteins, for example, and we can see the difference between the wild-type protein and the adduct with our small molecule. Or you can even do non-covalent binding screening. And you can do this in a speed which is comparable to the synthesis speed with the same type of class of instrumentation. Okay, so just to give you a little bit of our publication. So this is a 1536 well plate, which was done at the University of Groningen by my PhD student Li Gao. And there was the idea to take the 1536 well plate and to partition it into 1696 well plates. And in each of these 1696 well plates, we were performing a different type of chemistry, but all on the same plate and all using the same type of building blocks. Okay? Just by the clever combination of different types of building blocks, we can address totally different types of chemical spaces. And the building blocks are shown here on the left hand and on the right hand side for the corresponding 96 well plates. And so the diversity of the chemical space you can present physically is one thing. And the other thing is related to financial aspects and to environmental aspects. So the total reagent and solvent consumption of these 1536 well plates was less than 20 milligram. If you would perform that same type of chemistry in pharma, which is typically working on a 0.1 millimole scale, you would use hundreds and hundreds of liters of organic solvent, which is hazardous. You would use tens thousands of or hundreds of thousands of euros for building blocks, which you have to use on this scale. And of course, it would be extremely time-consuming, even if it's automated in pharma industry, to make a 1536 compound library in the classic scale. Okay, so there is a lot of established chemistries we were publishing over the years. So there is basically not any restriction what kind of chemistry you want to perform. So what we are currently working is, there are very popular reactions which are used in pharma companies. There is a top 20 type of list. And basically we are working on all of them, and we can see that all of them are synthesizable on this platform, including metal-organic chemistry. I like very much structural biology, so we have some projects with 2 European synchrotrons where we are doing the chemistry on the synchrotron and doing the high throughput protein crystallization on the synchrotron. So this is on the left-hand side a project where we are looking into tubulin as a target. Here up there you see 2 alpha beta subunits crystallized, and we co-crystallized or we soaked compounds into this construct, into this crystalline construct, And we found that one particular compound class is always binding in the same site, which is shown here, and which is aligned, so we have multiple co-crystal structures. And this is a very, very rapid process. Then a couple of years ago, 5, 6 years ago, we were working on the main protease of SARS-CoV-2, like many people. And you know, this is a cysteine protease, so histidine, cysteine diet. These are the apocrystals, and also there, and this was performed in Hamburg at the synchrotron, yeah, okay. And also there we got a good number of crystals which are covalently or non-covalently binding into this site, and this is a very new project, also cancer-related SOS1 binders. Okay, so I'm pretty much at the end of my talk. I will not talk about this analytical part. Also, I think it's extremely important because the instrumentation which you can buy is not really set up, the software, for high throughput analysis. So you have to put a lot of effort inside to make it in a way that you can easily analyze it, that the data is visible, stored, and curated, and so on and so on. So there we are working together with a company which is called Pixel, which is helping us to work on the data, on this massive amount of data we get from the echoes, from the UPL CMS, from these plate-based chemistries. So in this exercise, we were synthesizing, or trying to synthesize a library of covalent inhibitors of the size of 2,000 compounds. And we were analyzing these 2,000 compounds by 3 different orthogonal methods, by proton NMR, all the 2,000 compounds, UPLCMS, UV, and by echo MS. And this is also something very important to think about, the compound requirements and the time requirements. So NMR, of course, is the most tedious, lengthy type of analysis, so it takes more than 5 minutes per experiment. So the total time to run all these 2,000 compounds was more than 1 week. And the compound requirement is also very high, so it's multiple milligrams. Then we have UPLCMS, which typically takes 3 minutes per run, and echo MS, which is extremely rapid. Of course, you also have to calculate and think about the information content of the different methods. Okay, so basically that's it. I'm at the end of my talk. I would like, of course, to first of all thank my collaborators, which are shown in the middle. My collaborators, external, and the funding agencies. And thank you very much.
We have time for 1 or 2 questions.
Thanks, really cool talk. I was wondering, you showed really nicely that you can generate really big libraries of compounds and then use it for MedChem purposes. That's your really like aim. I was wondering, could this strategy, like more or different ones you use today, could it be used also, for example, for identification of the better catalyst, for instance? Did you generate like
for what?
For catalysis purposes. Because you're using it for MedChem, but I see this could be also very useful for identifying the best ligands, binders, or metal chelators, or whatever. Have you also done something in this kind of direction, or have you considered it?
Yes, that is part of the ERC grant, and this is one of the topics. One of my PhD students is working on this, so he's looking into specific reactions, and we want to do enantiomer selective reactions. So we have to have high throughput methods to measure the enantiomeric excess of. It's ongoing.
Yeah, thank you.
May I have a question about the chem patent title? Would it be possible to use the technology also to screen the thesis? A set of theses from the organic chemistries around different countries, for instance?
The input is a PDF file, and It's not fully automated, so you have to guide the program to the page where the relationship between the structures is and the activities. So if there are any thing which is similar to an activity in the doctoral thesis, then it might be also useful, yes.
Last question.
So you said that Anchor Query is a specialized pharmacophore search technology that brings interactive virtual string of novel protein inhibitors.
Mm-hmm.
So I would like to ask if it's also like possible to do ligand protein.
It is.
Because you showed us a protein.
Yeah. It is.
Like
so you can upload your PDB structure, and you could have, for example, a docked fragment inside or a real fragment, and this fragment would be the starting point for.
Yeah. So can it like make a pharmacophore model also for ligands?
Yes.
For,
Yes, it can.
For peptides?
Yeah. Can.
Okay. So thanks again. And now, so the next presentation will be done by me. So this will be the last time you will see me. And it will be about the Alphafoldology, about the impact the AlphaFold had on a structural bioinformatics and also, of course, drug design. So when the AlphaFold became open in 2021, Janet Horton, my former supervisor from EBI, said in a quote that the AlphaFold might usher a new era in biology. And I must say that after 4 years, she was right. Why? The major reason is because all of the proteins are workers in our cells, and their function is given by their structure. So having the structure really helps in order to work with their function and to tune the function, for instance, for the drug design. Unfortunately, as I've already said in the previous lecture, we don't have the 3D structures of all proteins experimentally. Even now, we have only 30% of the human proteins solved, at least to some extent. And there is 4 orders of magnitude difference between I think this will be the best way how to show things. Between the protein structure database, which is approximately 250,000 right now, and about the protein sequences, which is 600 million, let's say, and metagenomics, which is even higher. So there is a huge gap between what we know as a sequence and the structures. And that's the protein structure prediction problem. And the most typical ways how this is dealt was firstly by a template. So you had some protein for which you knew the experimental structure, and you put the sequence of the new protein as some kind of a glove, and you tried to fit it. That approach worked from the 90s. Later on, the problem was that your glove had to be relatively, really similar to the template protein. For the de novo, where you didn't have the template, this approach was failing tremendously. And later on, there started to be more and more models like physics-based and so on. And one approach which went a little bit further was trying to use the information which is given by the sequences. Because if you have the sequences, then the evolution meant that the sequence for the same protein in different organisms will have mutations. And if you have a pair of mutations that change in the same way, then you can expect and infer from that those amino acids will be close to each other. Like here, it will be positively and negatively charged, or positively or negatively charged, or it will be non-polar at all. And you can basically generate the constraints for model building. But as these things are still predictions, you need to have some kind of assessment. You need to have a validation. And the best way of validation is the critical assessment of protein structure prediction, which runs since 1994. And it's every 2 years checking that what the field is currently able to model, based on the structures which are experimental but not released yet. And the modelers basically try to make those proteins. If we want to compare, there is important finding how to compare it. And you basically compare by this value, which says how many of the atoms of the model are within a given distance of the atom in the protein, in the experimental structure. And as we can see, when we select when we look into the easy targets, we have some templates, and the difficult target, which doesn't. At the beginning, the templates were relatively okay-ish almost from the start. But the de novo at the beginning was basically complete disaster, and it slowly moved within the 10 years, and then basically all the development was really incremental and nothing really happened till 2018, when the first AlphaFold came into the business. The first AlphaFold was much better than the previous parts, especially in the de novo, but it was closed model. It was not said what it does. In 2020, the AlphaFold 2 came and won completely because it was basically able to solve all the structures really well, and this is the worst prediction. And you can see that the worst prediction here basically has a good fold, but it's a different conformation. Some helices are moved. And therefore, it seems that it's working. But the major advance, and the reason why the fuss began, happened in July 2021, when the AlphaFold code was, after 6 months after the CASP, released and available to the public, so everyone was immediately able to look and try to tinker with it. And that really helped to spin out the momentum of the field, especially as at the same time there was an AlphaFold database released which is currently containing approximately 200 million of protein structures, models. But let's stay a little bit with the CASP now. In CASP 15, so 2.5 years ago, AlphaFold, the DeepMind, was not involved directly in the competition, but generally almost all of the tools which were successful were somehow based on it. And in May last year, the DeepMind released an additional AlphaFold, which is called AlphaFold 3, which now enables also the interactions with the nucleic acids, with post-translation modifications, and also with ligands. And they released the web server where you can non-commercially run a set of molecules and to try what it will look like. And in October, the authors of the AlphaFold, John Jumper and Demis Hassabis, were given half of the Nobel Prize, together with the David Baker from University of Washington, Institute of Protein Design. And it was quite a nice achievement for a field which basically started with the first AlphaFold in 2018. Recently there was a new CASP 16, which was in December last year, And these are the excerpts from the presentations from that meeting. And basically, for monomers, for individual chains, the things is solved. Okay? We know what parts of the protein is structured, what part of the protein is unstructured, and it's basically, if you have enough for the alignment, you can get the model well. And also, the new AlphaFold actually helps with the predictions. But the difference between the new AlphaFold 3 and older AlphaFold 2 is not that huge as it was before. For the complexes, on the other hand, we are getting there, but we are not yet there. Yeah, so there will be still enough of the development of a new type of complexes, and especially what is really, really bad right now, and which really needs a lot of work, is especially the complexes where the nucleic acids are. Yeah. So, how to do this? There are plenty of resources on the web, and they are already clickable within the presentation, which is on the web page. But I will go briefly through the system. So the first AlphaFold basically used those two parts which I've spoken about. So it used co-evolutionary analysis to find out what are the interactions, of which amino acids are close to each other. And then it used and trained a deep neural networks to identify pattern within the sequence and the structure to tune the contact map. And then from the contact map, the structure was generated. And the most expensive part was here, this deep neural network, which was really extremely expensive, and therefore DeepMind with the computers from Google were able to do that, but not much academic groups would be able to do that. In the second AlphaFold, they changed it a little. So they stand with the coevolution. So you need to run first multiple sequence alignments to generate the coevolution matrix. And they changed from the deep neural networks, which are expensive for each run. They changed into the transformers, which is necessary to train hard, but then the running is cheaper. And they added also a part that you don't look only for two amino acids, but you are looking for triangles. You are looking for 3. Because if you have a triangle of the amino acid, or any triangle, there are triangle inequalities, which are mathematical distances and angles that has to be true within each triangle, which you can use to basically check whether your interaction distances are okay or not. So it will make your structure more physical. And that's actually one of those tricks. And then after you get the position of individual amino acids, you run the molecular dynamics simulation in order to optimize the structure. So here is it again with the system. So first you take the input sequence, you put it into a to find out the multiple sequence alignment from at least 30 sequences. And you use the sequence in order to find the templates from which were learned from the protein structure data bank. And then you are mixing those information together within this transformer evoformer module in order to generate one single representation with a tuned distance matrix, and that's run into the structure module to generate the structure. And then on the structure, you check which part of the protein are actually okay and which are not. And those which are okay, use as a template for recycling, and you repeat the system. You repeat this again, at least 3 times. The Euroformer system, as I've said, you basically check the multiple sequence alignment for rows and columns. And then you check together with those triangle distances from the pairs. In the structure model, is also something which is quite nice, that you basically don't put the bonds for the main chain, but first you optimize the side chains and only afterwards you fill it together into a main chain. For instance, in the previous, when you started with the modeling from the templates, you typically had the main chain rigid, and then you added the side chains onto it. So this is a reversed, and it actually seems to be relatively working. The new version of the AlphaFold, in order to generate the ligands, is actually using a diffusion module. So similarly as when you are generating the pictures with Midjourney or DALL-E, you basically are taking the white noise, and then with the text query, text prompt, you are basically generating the image based on plenty of images which had some kind of textual annotation. Here you started with the structures, with the ligands, which helped you to generate this denoising transformation, and you basically generate the ligand within the structure somehow. And this diffusion model helps to generate those complexes. So this was quickly about how the AlphaFold is making the structure, and there is plenty of places where you can run AlphaFold these days. Either you can use the AlphaFold server, which is the official DeepMind server, where you can run 20 sequences per day, non-commercially, or you can use any installations like the Colab4 on Google Colab, or you can download it from GitHub and run yourself, or you can use the Czech Elixir and Metacentrum resources like the Foldify, or there is a possibility to run it in EU Galaxy or Czech Galaxy servers. There is plenty of places where you can do that. You even can use the Chimera to set up the calculation and check from the AlphaFold database. And that's just one tiny bit of how much this field actually grown. Because since 2018, when the first AlphaFold was there, even in the second round of the AlphaFold, there was already a tool called Rosetta Fold from David Berka's lab, who were trying to mimic what the AlphaFold 1 was doing in the previous CADD on the academic version. And it was as good as was AlphaFold 1 even better. And that was only by looking about how it is done. But after the releasement of the AlphaFold code, you can see that there is a huge amount of new tools which are coming every week. Basically, yesterday there was a fast fold tool coming, which is actually trying to make the folding even quicker on your prompt. And the field is really blooming, I would say. So what you can get from those individual tools? The first is the AlphaFold database gives you the visual of what can we get from the AlphaFold, and each structure there is connected to the sequence database, and if there are some experimental structure, then there as well. But the most important part is this structure itself, shown in Molstar, where the colors are basically giving you the confidence on that individual amino acid level. So whether the structure there is okay or not. And also, because that's on the amino acid level, but you also need to know whether the fold is okay, and whether there are some specific domains and how they are interacting to each other. And that's what this PAE matrix is giving. So here, when it's really dark green, it means that even the in between the individual amino acids, the distances are okay. And for instance, the amino acids 100 is not really in real contact with amino acids 500, and their individual positions can be basically almost anywhere. So from that, you can get the information also about the flexibility of the protein. So the colors basically gives us the rigid parts, the flexible parts, and the completely unstructured parts. And it's so good that the unstructured parts are actually really unstructured so well that it's actually a good predictor for IDP structures. That the AlphaFold PLLDP DT confidence is one of the best predictors which we currently have for the prediction whether the protein sequence will be unstructured or not. And it's typically like these meatballs visible. I have only a word of warning here. The unstructured parts in the AlphaFold 3 are starting to get some kind of secondary structure, and it's not really true. We tried to look whether there is a similarity between experimental methods, models, and the experimental models and models from the AlphaFold in order to see the channels. And within our channel database, we basically are able to see that this is the experimental structure and this is the AlphaFold model for that structure. And you can see that the position of the channels are basically the same. There are differences, there are slight differences because those structures are slightly different within, as we will be seeing in the ligand prediction. But in general, you can make the channel prediction also on AlphaFold models, and it will give you some knowledge about how their tiles look like. And the reason why it's similar, it's not identical, is because there are slightly different conformations. And for instance, this protein, which we were studying, is a SLC transporter, 1A5. And there are multiple structures in the protein data bank, and some of them are outward facing, and some of them are downward facing, inward facing. If you look into the AlphaFold database, you basically can see that the structure is more similar to this one, to the outward facing. And this is one of the typical problems when you run the AlphaFold and you would like to take just one structure, because the proteins are flexible and therefore just one structure is typically not enough. But again, the coloring here is PLLDT value, which gives you the flexibility on that path. So again, it will give you the information where will be the opening parts of the protein. And it actually, sometimes it's able to, even with the AlphaFold, to run funny experiments. So by manipulation of multiple sequence alignment, it's possible to basically transform it so it will generate you those two conformers. By basically simply hiding individual interactions which are strong, and they are strong only in one conformation. If you don't put that into the multiple sequence as an inference from the multiple sequence alignment, this will basically flip to the other conformation. So it's possible to use it in order to generate all structures along the reaction coordinate, for instance. And it was used by Ronald Dunbrack and his colleague in order to generate KingCore database where they've put all of the structures in hollow and apostave, in active and inactive state for all of the human kinases. Because they knew how those kinases look in the active and inactive form. So basically they were tuning the AlphaFold and torturing it enough to generate basically both pairs. AlphaFold in general is sensitive to the multiple sequence alignment. But that means that if you have just one mutation somewhere, it might not be sensitive to it. Okay? In this case, where there is the fold switching proteins, where you basically can switch by few amino acid changes, you can change the fold, like in this case of the smallest minimal sequence code for switching. from the Patrick Alexandre from 2009, there is basically this single change from leucine to tyrosine that will change completely, that will switch experimentally the CD spectra of this protein. And I've tried to follow this with the AlphaFold too. And basically here, this is the alpha structures, and this is the ones which have beta sheet. And this is completely the alpha structure. This is beta structure, and if you reach to this GB98, then you get a mixture of both cases. So it's possible to model this type of behavior, but the AlphaFold itself is not that sensitive to that, and there are now tools which are much more sensitive to generate those type of conformation and point mutations, including the information about whether the mutation will be pathogenic or not. And that was done also by DeepMind team, where they've taken the mutational data from the ClinVar. Then they use the AlphaFold to generate the information about what is the structural context of individual position in protein. And they use protein language modeling in order to generate the list of all amino acids within the all human proteins to mutate them to all possible 20 amino acids. And they were able to basically assign whether this change will be pathogenic, like in 30%, or likely not pathogenic, which is basically in 60% of cases. And they've put this data downloadable to Zenodo, and it's now available also in AlphaFold database. So if you look into the AlphaFold database for some human protein, it's possible to switch the coloring also for the pathogenicity. And what you will see is that typically the inner cores of the proteins are more prone to be pathogenic, like the cofactor environment. Catalytic sites are typically the most pathogenic ones. In case of transmembrane proteins, typically the transmembrane part of the protein is also quite highly pathogenic. And also, and quite nicely for us, as we are studying protein channels, also the channels are somehow pathogenic as well. So there seems to be quite important for the structures. As I've already mentioned, after the AlphaFold, there started to be a new amount of the modeling tools. And one of the modeling tools was done by the team from Meta, and that's the Isaev, which is using the language model. And this language model enables you to generate the structure of a protein within seconds, basically, because the language model is similar like the ChatGPT, it's really quick. And you can use since we are so quick in generating the proteins now, we can even switch the topic in order, okay, I have some kind of a shape, and this time I want to generate some kind of sequence that will form this shape. And that was firstly done by this protein MPNN from David Baker's lab, and later on with Chroma. And there are many more tools now. But basically what you can do in Chroma is, and we are actually using it here in order to generate our logo, because there is no natural protein which looks like a letter D, like we have in a drug design. So I've took the Chroma and I've asked it to generate me a structure of protein which looked like a letter D, and it did, and then I just printed it out on my 3D printer. So that gives us the information, the part why we would like to have those proteins generated. And here we are going for a de novo protein design, where we are basically attaching that we basically are mimicking the antibody production. So we can now generate the protein which will bind to a specific part of protein, or to binding towards some kind of a ligand, or to make some kind of a cage for a protein drug delivery, and such things. And we can quite nicely analyze those complexes with, for instance, with the alpha bridge, or we can generate that with the currently the best tool to do that, which is Bindcraft, which is open source tool to generate de novo protein binders, and it seems to have success rate approximately 10 basically to 50, sometimes even 100 chance of design success. So that was the proteins. And now let's move towards the ligands. Even the first, the AlphaFold database enabled to generate an AlphaFill database, which basically took the structure from the AlphaFold, compared it with the known experimental structures, and find out whether there is some kind of a ligand, and transplant the ligand from the experimental structure towards the model of the AlphaFold. It works relatively really nicely, because it gives you also the information whether this fit is good or not, and you can get out of that basically the position of cofactors or individual ligands, which otherwise in the previous version of AlphaFold was not available. So it really helped with the setting up the stuff. But the reason why it was possible is that the AlphaFold 2 basically, in majority, made a hollow proteins. So it had the space to have those cofactors. And especially if the cofactor was in all of the protein templates the AlphaFold used, then of course it had enough place for a cofactor afterwards. But the individual protein drug design, since the proteins are quite flexible, requires some kind of validation. So here is one example when they tried to basically dock 12 metabolic proteins in some kind of a in microbial. And when they tried docking with Vina, and when tried docking on Vina on AlphaFold or experimental structure, they both failed. Yeah. So from this naive docking experiment, it seems that basically the AlphaFold and the experimental structures are not really good. But as I've shown you in the previous lecture about the structure sources, when you dock into the structure, experimental structure, which has a ligand which is similar to the ligand you are trying to dock, then your probability that you will succeed is much higher. Nevertheless, before the AlphaFold 3, there was even a Rosetta Fold all atom that enables you generate the structure together with the ligands. And in May, there was the AlphaFold 3. And with AlphaFold 3 server, I had my own hack. And that's the AlphaFold 3 came up with approximately 40 ligands. And there were 3 fatty acids. So I tried to make the model of the cytochrome P450 on membrane, mimicking it from the fatty acids, because that was the first protein which I was modeling on membrane when I came here after my PhD. And it checked. It was exactly in the position where it should be, even though there are still no structures where the lipids would be within the structure of the protein. But the position of this internal transmembrane helix was already several times experimentally proven. So it shows that it's actually possible to generate the structure together with the membrane physics basically inherently in it. And it's possible to use this information to generate the whole structures of the protein in order, if you have some kind of a protein which has extracellular and intracellular domain, then AlphaFold 2 was basically trying to put those things together to make globular protein. The PAE was able to say that the position of these two domains is completely invalid, yeah? Because it says that this N-terminal and C-terminal is completely different, there is no interaction right. Yeah? So it was telling rightly that those are separate domains. But the structure really does not look like any common transmembrane protein. But if you add the lipids will form around the transmembrane helix, and it will basically separate them, the domains, enough so you can get the whole structure as it would be in rightly in a cell. And just yesterday there was a paper in Cell where the team, based on all of the knowledge from about the complexes from the past, they've used the AlphaFold 3 to generate 17 protein complex, how it will look like in a complex bacterial membrane, and how those individual parts of it would look like in one big complex, thanks to this type of modeling. So the question is how good the AlphaFold 3 is. And in this case, it seems that for the docking itself, according to the testing done on the postbuster set, it's actually better than the Vina and better than the Rosetta Fold. For nucleic acids, the success rate is below 50%, so nothing really stellar. Covalent modification seems to be quite okay, and proteins seems to be really okay, above 80. But because the AlphaFold became as a closed source, there was immediately quite a lot of groups who were trying to mimic it and make a variant. I found these 5, and they differ by their availability, whether they have a web server, and by the licenses. So the most promising license is basically MIT license from Boltz, and now the code is the code is available now for the AlphaFold 3, but it's only non-commercial one. And the parameters for the parameters you can request the access. The first version, which was open, sort of, was Chai from Chai Discovery, and here again it was able to generate my picture of the cytochrome P450 together with the lipids. And the Chai was the first model which was able actually to take the SMILE to generate into the structure. So it was possible to basically try Chai docking, where I was trying to use their diffusion model in order to generate the structure. And in case of my favorite example of the ibuprofen within the cytochrome P450, which I'm using like 10 years as a use case for Vina docking tutorials, it worked relatively nicely, and it seems to be relatively okay-ish. And this is a graph which I again have from the CASP 16 presentation from Gibson. And here they've tested the pharmacologic ligands as well for the within the CASP testing. And this value basically, since as you are as higher, the higher the better. And here the AlphaFold 3 seems to overshine all of the others, but they found out that it's really structure specific. So it really cannot be generalizable that in every time the AlphaFold will be working, because there were several structures for which basically none of the structures weren't. Yeah. And especially those covalent binders were really problematic for all of the methods, basically, apart from PlusPro. So, let me finish that the AlphaFold really made a huge leap in prediction accuracy, and it gives us also a new tool to really good way how to assess the quality of the structures of the models. It wouldn't be possible if there wouldn't be 50 years of collection of data on protein structures and ligands that are now still publicly available for everyone to try and to test. And without the competition, which basically was rigorous, regular, and was able to adjust for this type of the competition. And now it's possible to run AlphaFold publicly in multiple places, and there are so many tools that it's really hard to keep pace. But the problems are more complex than just one structure which is in the PDB database. For instance, here is what happens to the protein, the mature one, can be degraded or unfolded, it can be degraded, it can go through to the interactions with chaperones, it can go into interactions with another proteins, or it can even aggregate. So all of that can happen to the same type of protein with the same sequence. So it's probably necessary to generate not just one structure, but to get more of them and to basically be able to gather the ensembles of structures and, the best case, the thermodynamical ensembles of the structures, because those ones are those real those real ways how the proteins actually interact. So with that, I would like to thank you for your attention, and if you have any question, please do ask. Yeah, Thomas?
Okay, Carol, very nice of you. The main bottleneck of structural biology is the biochemistry.
Yes.
The high resolution methods like X-ray and MR require higher protein concentrations, in which proteins tend to aggregate, to dimerize, polymerize, to get degraded, change conformation, everything. Usually we resort to creation of multiple constructs, truncating the sequence to find the one that has the best solubility and it's stable at high concentration. So I was wondering, is there any language-based model or a transformer-based model that can predict which would be that optimal subsequence to clone, express and purify? Because currently we do it more or less based on our intuition.
Yes. This morning I've checked Blue Sky, Protein Cosmos channel, and there was a nice paper on Isaev about the language model for protein crystallization, which is doing exactly what we want today. So as I said, this field is incredible in the speed, how quickly new and new tools are happening. So basically those protein languages are helping a lot in individual places. Even when the AlphaFold 2 was released, within a month, well, within 2 weeks, there was a Mr. Parse tool which basically put the AlphaFold into the parsing structure for the crystallization structure elucidation. So that was really quick, and it's happening for all of the things where AlphaFold can help, then it's usually already used.
You know what I'm worrying about? That these AlphaFold-based models or the other transformer-based models, they will tend to overfold the truncated version. In reality, when you truncate the protein, you remove half of the helix, then maybe stabilize the whole fold. It will open up and unfold. But these transformer-based models will always give you something compact.
Yep. I've played with truncated models only a few times. And I wonder whether I have the slide here. Yeah, here. This is the cytochrome P450 2C7. And when I was looking for those cytochrome P450 in AlphaFold database, I was able to find two versions of it. And as you can see on the left side, this seems similarly as I've already shown you previously. So that's quite nice structure, like a typical cytochrome P450, and this one is not. And when I've checked what's going on, it was basically due to the truncation of some parts. So it's sensitive to it, and the structure afterwards is somehow destroyed. But you get what you add as a starting point, basically. So if you add the truncated version, basically in the middle of the helix, it will take the multiple sequence alignment of all of the full versions. So it will see that on that spot there should be a helix. So that's the reason for making it more structured than it in reality will be. So if you would like to correct for this part, you would need to correct the multiple sequence alignment you are using for the start. And with the tools, for instance, with Collapfold, that's possible because you can generate your multiple sequence alignment apart, put it there as an additional possible optional input. And if you would delete those parts if you truncate the helix 6 part, then of course the model will not overcompensate for that, and you will get the unstructured part. Yeah.
There is an option to skip completely the multiple sequence,
yeah.
like and use the transport.
Mm-hmm.
Or another option to skip completely the templates.
Yes.
Use the transport. But still, I think currently the most realistic remedy to this problem is to run positive molecular dynamic simulation, but it's too costly to assess all possible truncated versions.
Yeah, that's true. But that's the part of the CASP meeting which I haven't checked. But there was, on the last day, I think, it was the ensemble generation part, where they were trying to assess the ensemble generation from individual modeler tools, and there might be the answer to your question. But I haven't seen those ones, so I'm not able to say whether there is some kind of group who will be able to give that. That I don't know. Yeah.
I'm always wondering how good this AlphaFold can be to predict small molecule interactions with proteins, because for small molecule protein interactions, the orientation of a side chain going this way or that way is so important. If the alpha helix is even by 1 degree switch a little bit, then the protein pocket looks totally different. Very often you have induced fit mechanisms which you don't see in the upper protein at all, anything, and then when the protein interaction is coming, then immediately a nice pocket opens or stuff like this. So when will the first drug come to the market coming in all of these predictions?
For the second question, when the first drug will be coming, I have no idea. But I know that the AlphaFold 3 was the reason why it was released open source lately was because Demis Hassabis started a new company called Isomorphic Labs, which was basically licensing AlphaFold 3 for Novartis and Eli Lilly to use in drug design. So probably it will be probably happening soon, since it was last May. So yeah, there is probably something in a pipeline already. Again, I would go here on this slide where basically it's even the docking with the Vina can give you sometimes the right answer. Yeah. But there is not really a simple way how to say that the structure of the model will be working really good. As you said, the side chains can be moving within the AlphaFold pocket as similarly as they are within the Apple and hollow structures with the crystal structures. So you cannot dock into the Apple typically, because there is not enough space from my experience. You only you get the best docking results when you dock into a hollow structure which contains the ligand, which is quite similar to the ligand you already have. So for that reason, that's the reason why there is so much effort going on with the ensemble generator or the conformer generator. Because in those conformers and ensembles, you can get the structure which will look like as a right fit. Another approach for that are using those diffuse models. It's not only the AlphaFold 3 itself or the Chai, but we had here Semyon Yasilevsky previously who was speaking about his RTDoc, and there are DiffDoc, UniDoc, there's plenty of tools. And then you are basically generating the molecule together with the protein itself. So in that case, you basically are setting up the induced fit artificially in the structure. So this approach might prove useful as well in order to generate the ligands especially into those models like this. Yeah.
Connecting. So the Darcy strategy, the future model, ligand you build up, and then the assembles of protein and the multiple conformation, and you assemble docking on them pretty much. If you had to give a pros and a con for each of these two categories, what you would do? What you would say?
Typically, in each system, you try as many things you can, and then you select according to the knowledge you have.
Yeah.
And I would suggest that as well here.
No, I mean like, what would be a pro of working from a diffusion model, and what would be a pro to work in a multiple conformation assembly docking?
Well, multiple assembly, multiple ensemble docking is simpler to set up because you are using basically the same tool as ever. Vina is quick enough. You can basically do that relatively quickly, but just by adjusting the typical docking protocol. When you are generating it with the AlphaFold or UniDoc or whatever doc using this generative the diffusion one, it's basically you have to set up a new tool again because those tools there is plenty of those tools, and it's not really easy to assess which one will work on your system, because that will really strongly depend on which data set it was trained on. Vina in this case, since it is basically a little bit more physics based, it's more general. Yeah. But it's typically used as a baseline in the comparisons which I've seen.
A question from someone who is not experienced in computational chemistry at all. I remember when the AlphaFold 3 was released, I was super excited because it said, hey, you can predict PDMs, like post-translation modifications. Yes. But when I went to the webpage and tried to do that, the number of the PDMs were pretty much limited, right? And this was one of the kind of challenges because I couldn't predict what I wanted, and that was at the time when the code was not released. So my question would be now, because you mentioned it was already released, right? Yep. So how is it now? If you have some special post-translation modification we're interested in, could we do it like everybody by itself to enter just a page, or is it now like necessary to go to someone who has expertise in this kind of computational to get this kind of
Well, let's have check. Oh, it will be harder for me because now I will have to remember what is my Google account. So, this is just for the talk because I started with this CREM disorder, and you can see that it try to make the beta sheets out of those disorder region, which is completely nonsense, of course. But coming for your question, so let's put here some kind of a entity. Yeah. Whatever. And add the PTMs. And we basically can select the PTMs only from this list here.
Yeah. But I think it's the same as it used to be.
Yeah. This is the same.
Okay, but for you as a expert, if you would be interested, for example, some special post-translation modification, you can do it now when the code is released, right? Or you can somehow, or this would be a lot of effort, or
I was not interested in post-translation modification, so I haven't tried it.
Yeah, but in principle,
that should be doable.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah. Okay, thank you so much.
But when I was playing a little with those post-translation modification, I was basically looking for phosphorylation, glycosylation, and in my case, myristilization, to try to if they will be fit. And those are all there, so those basic ones, of which I am aware that there are, I found. So in that case, you basically are okay to use this. And there is also a code on GitHub that enables you to prepare the JSON files for submission. So it's simpler than just clicking in this really intuitive but relatively slow interactive form. Yeah.
Because I was also wondering about introducing some artificial groups which are not normally present on the proteins to predict if we, I don't know, introduce some group, how this will change the structure.
There, I would be quite surprised if that would work well.
Based on the
way how the model is trained and
this works with the database, right?
Yes.
And once this could, okay.
Yeah, because you train on some kind of data that are already there.
Yeah.
If you don't have the supporting for starting data, you are basically hallucinating, and we all know how the hallucination can work in artificial intelligence these days.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Then you can try. Okay, so I was punctual. So now, if I'm correct, we have a coffee break.
Okay, so we will not wait for everybody to not delay lunchtime too much. So let's start. This presentation will be about our participation in the first cache challenge. And it's quite interesting initiative from Canada. And I will describe our contributions, briefly describe contributions of other groups, and just to understand what kind of this challenge is and how it is really promoting and boosting research in silico drug design. So what is the cache challenge? It's a competition which currently running the sixth one, if I'm not mistaken. And the main idea of this competition is to gather world leader chemoinformatic groups and suggest them particular task to solve. and they can apply those tools which they develop, or conventional tools, state-of-the-art tools, whatever, to solve the task. And in this way, it creates a platform to compare different pipelines, different research ideas, and what is more important, predictions which were made during this cache challenge are experimentally validated. So this is what you heard during all these workshops, that these predictions are just numbers, and the true validation is the only experiment. And the cache challenge provides you this opportunity. So you can even apply for the next one, for example, if you're interested in such kind of competitions. So from my point of view, it's very, very beneficial for all participants, for all parts. Currently, they more tend to be open source, so they favor open source solutions. Rather than the first competitions, there were no such requirements. And they try to be also more open, to create open science generally. So here is a task for the first cache challenge. And the task was to find binders of a particular domain in LRRK2 kinase, which is related to the Parkinson's disease. And the idea was that if we found a binder for this domain, it can be used to design product compounds which may help to treat the Parkinson's disease. Why it is challenging? So it sounds like a quite, not trivial, but quite routine task. Yeah, first about the pipeline. So the pipeline was quite long enough, so it's almost 2 years. It consists of 2 major stages. On the first stage, we had, as contributors, we had 2 months to make some predictions, suggest our molecules for organizers. Then they have some other time to evaluate them, then synthesize those molecules and perform biological evaluation. Afterwards, the top performing groups which could found some active compound, they pass to the second stage of a project. On that stage, you had to optimize these molecules to improve their activity, affinity, and again, it consisted of these stages, like 2 months in silico design, then several months of synthesis and biological testing, finally. So it's a really long project in a time. And what is a challenge in the first project is that first, there are no known binders for this particular domain. This domain which should be targeted is in blue, and the whole structure of a protein you see here. So it was available only the X-ray structure of the upper protein in the upper form. So there is no information about binders, how they can bind there. So no information, just the structure of a protein. The second challenge was that you should suggest compounds which should satisfy some physicochemical criteria, and they should be synthesizable, so they should be accessible to chemists, and they mainly they choose as a major provider of compounds enamine, so you should look these compounds in the library accessible to enamine, and at that time the library of enamine real space was 23 billion compounds. So it's quite large number of molecules in which you have to find something useful, while the whole drug-like chemical space is much larger. So this 23 billion is even not that large, but even in this number of compounds, it's quite difficult to find something reasonable. And you have to apply some more advanced, more sophisticated methods, because it's not feasible to screen all these molecules, even with the fastest approaches. Actually, it is possible, but only with one approach. So, I will tell you about this as well. So the first part of this challenge regarding the protein structure, since we have just X-ray of an upper protein, we performed MD simulations in our solution. We run it several times, make 100 nanosecond simulations, then it's just sample the conformational space of this domain to better understand its dynamic behavior, and we select representative structure from each trajectory to be used on further stages. From the challenge provided by the chemical space exploration, we chosen two strategies. The first strategy is, okay, we can generate compounds de novo using fragments taken from enamine compounds that should create more synthetically feasible compounds for enamine chemists. However, of course, these de novo design compounds may have some difficulties to be really synthetically accessible in a very short time scale, because the time for synthesis was about 2 months also, if I'm not mistaken, so it's quite tight conditions. That's why the secondary option, which we also integrated in our pipeline, that de novo designed molecules can be used as templates for similarity search in these ultra-large databases, because there is some approaches available which allows you to perform very fast searching, just minutes, to search compounds similar to your in this enamine real space database. And then we can use top scoring molecules from both of these stages as a final list, which will be provided to organizers for synthesis and evaluation of biological activity. So this is our strategy. Here is our strategy, how we design compounds de novo. So I already talked about this. So we used those approaches which we currently develop, and actually the CASH challenge, it boosted us to develop this kind of approaches. So it was a starting point where we started to evaluate them in a more systematic way, I would say. And here we used this CREM-doc, which is just sequential growing of molecules. So we dock initial molecules and then sequentially growing, selecting best molecules on each iterations to design the compounds which can fit pockets. Or we can apply this genetic algorithm to optimize structures of already somehow good scoring compounds to improve the scoring by application of a mutation from CREM, because all of these approaches are based on the CREM algorithm for structure-based generation. So for actual growing, we chose, as I told you, enamine fragments, because we expected it would easier to synthesize those molecules for chemists in enamine. Then we apply another restrictions to select these starting fragments, so it should have enough number of hydrogen bond donor acceptors, it should be not too lipophilic, and so on. And for growing, we chose as a source of fragments the enamine stock library, which almost have 3 million compounds. And we created a database of almost 1 million fragments with up to 10 heavy atoms. So we use them for growing of our molecules. And the final molecules, they should satisfy these criteria like molecular weight, lipophilicity, polar surface area, and number of rotatable bonds. These criteria were suggested by organizers as reasonable for good drug likeness and maybe lead likeness, because it will still keep the room for optimization. So, because if you design compounds, for example, which have already 500 Daltons, then it will be difficult to optimize it, because usually optimization, it's easier to add something than to replace or remove something from your molecule. So that's why they suggested this criteria, but they didn't strictly check them at the final compounds. Here is the idea of CREM, so I maybe skip it since I already discussed this during the tutorial part. I just briefly remind again for maybe online participants that in this case we choose existing molecules, we fragment these existing molecules. In this case it was enamine molecules, we fragment them. For each fragment we have counterparts, and from each counterpart we save information about the context of a given radius. For example, like radius 3, then we keep the information about the context of up to 3 bonds away from this attachment point. And we have a fragment with associated chemical context. And we store this information into the database where the key is our context and the values are the fragments. And the key idea of this approach is that fragments occurred in the same chemical environment should be interchangeable. So you can exchange them and you can receive a synthetically accessible molecule. Of course, it's not 100% true, but selecting large enough radius will give you with a high probability synthetically feasible compound. Since we use existing molecules and we consider existing environments, chemical context. How to generate new molecules within this approach? For example, if you have this compound, if you want to replace this fragment, we again cut these bonds, estimate the chemical context of a chosen radius, in this case radius 3, and then we perform searching of this context radius in our database, and if we will find this in our database of fragments, then we perform these replacements with those fragments which were previously associated with the same context in existing molecules. And this approach always generates chemically valid compounds, so there is no issues with connectivity or chemical sense. And as I told you, if you choose large enough radius, we can generate synthetically feasible molecules. So here is the whole pipeline, how it looked like, and it looks quite complex. And we used the idea of a consensus approach, so we tried to make quite, how to say, conservative predictions. So we try to find the agreement between different approaches, different models. So we have a X-ray structure, then we perform MD simulations. We choose those representative protein structures as well as this initial X-ray structure for de novo drug design using CREMDoc, which resulted in a separate hit list molecules. Some of these molecules were used as seeds for further optimization. Then we combine all these hit lists together. So it was about 1 million compounds were designed during this stage. Further, we filter them by physicochemical parameters suggested by organizers and synthetic accessibility score. So it reduced the number just to 267,000 molecules. Further, we applied consensus docking, so we used several programs and docked to all these protein structures, so we get finally 16 hit lists. And what we found here is that, as we expected, that the correlation between predictions of different tools are not correlated. So you can use different strategies, different tools, and you will receive not completely orthogonal predictions, but in some cases, yeah, the predictions are just correlation 0. In some way, they're weakly correlated, like Nina and Vina predictions, for example, but mainly they are not correlated. So we used so-called exponential consensus ranking to select top compounds, top scored compounds from this combined list of molecules. The idea of this ranking is that they favor compounds if it is in top in at least one of the scoring functions. So if at least one docking says that compound is good, then it can go to the top ranking list. So we applied this consensus ranking, finally selected just 200 compounds. For them, we perform short MD simulations and calculate MMGBC free energies. And from the final list of compounds, we selected 50 compounds with distinct scaffolds and which have at least one polar contact, because many compounds had just 0 polar contacts, only hydrophobic interactions were observed during the MD simulations. So it's important to have at least some polar contacts, because otherwise your compound can be unspecific or not so strong binder and so on. So that's why we apply this restriction. So no further visual inspection or selection were made. And this is also a key feature of our pipeline and our approach. So here is just examples of those compounds which were suggested by de novo tools. For some of them, we could solve the retrosynthetic pathway predicted by AIfinder. All these compounds satisfy the synthetic accessibility score, but not for all of them. AIfinder could reproduce the synthetic pathway. And all these 50 compounds were used on the second stage, where we performed virtual, not virtual screening, but similarity search. So we took this Yenamin real space database as a source of molecules and performed similarity search using so-called F-trees. F-trees is an approach which was developed by Matthias Rari many years ago. And it is extremely fast, extremely beneficial today in current days, because it allows you to very fast find similar compounds in combinatorial libraries based on the pharmacophore representation. So it used some kind of a topological pharmacophore representation, and it's really extremely fast. So you can screen this combinatorial library in just a few minutes on your laptop. So you don't need even some supercomputers for that. So for each molecule, we selected 1,500 compound. Again, the combined list had just 64,000 molecules, because there are many duplicates. Again, we filtered them by the physicochemical criteria. Performed again consensus docking, consensus ranking, and then calculate free energy using MMGBCA. And finally, we again selected 100 compounds having distinct scaffolds and demonstrated at least one polar contacts in MD simulation, and do not contain any Payne's fragments. That also was an additional requirement of organizers to those compounds. So finally, we submit 150 compounds to organizers. 91 compounds were selected for synthesis within the given budget. At that time, all costs were covered by organizers. Nowadays, these costs are covered 50-50. So if you will want to participate, you should at least partially cover this cost for synthesis. 82 compounds were synthesized from this 91, and 8 compounds demonstrated some activity using surface plasmon resonance. And here are the structures of those compounds. Yeah, you don't see here something like highly active compounds, but it is very common because none of the group could find nanomolar binders. It's a very difficult target because you have a pore, and it's a little bit flexible, and it was really difficult to find compounds which can bind to this pore. And it is still unknown whether those compounds bind to this pore or not, and I will show you at the last slide these experiments. So these are micromolar activity compound, and since we found these ligands, we were passed to the second stage of a cache challenge. So we were asked to optimize some of these molecules. Further, at that point, we focused our efforts to this motif because it was repeated in several active molecules. This pyrazole connected to piperazine or piperidine. And we decided that, okay, this may be the core part of our compounds. It could be like a pharmacophore. Okay, then we choose several strategies. The first strategy, how we create compounds, we just took those actives and those inactives, having also this pyrazole motif, and we built ligand-based models using our PCH algorithm. So here are just example. these are 3D ligand model, 3D pharmacophore model. I just for simplicity show them in 2D. So which features it was recognized. Those models were quite accurate with a good recall value, so we expected that we can use it for virtual screening and those compounds might be active. So we choose the most restrictive pharmacophore for screening, screens the enamine stock library and found just 150 compounds which satisfy these criteria. Okay, the second part of this hit list were contributed from the simple substructure search of this pyrazole motif in 2 different automeric forms because it's important. In the database, there is no standardization of structures, so we performed searching of this motif and found already 18,000 compounds. The third list of compounds came from the pure combinatorial enumeration around the one hit molecule, so we choose the piperazine and connect it to the all available carboxylic acids and those pyrazole carboxylic acids group. We got about 3 million compounds. Again, after filtering by the physicochemical properties, we received just 200,000 molecules. And since at the second stage, we spent quite a lot of time on trying to better understand the ligand pose binding ability and dynamics, and we spent a lot of efforts on metadynamic simulations, which I didn't describe here because it wasn't so successful, unfortunately, because it was not enough time to converge this simulation. And since we were short in time, we tried to cut our way, and we already selected some smaller subset of molecules from this larger list using just purely similarity search on atom pairs. And then we enumerate tautomers, stereoisomers for those compounds, perform consensus modeling, consensus docking, but in this case we use just Vina and Nina because they were faster and according to the evaluation based on those actives and inactives which we already received from the organizers, these two programs performed best. And we expected that they could really rank well those compounds. We perform again, apply this consensus ranking, again, perform final selection. In this case, we already tried to make some visual inspection for this molecule. So I tried to find molecules which are similar, have similar binding modes to our lead compounds. Okay, here is, okay, this structure, you already see it. So in J, 38 compounds were selected, 35 were synthesized, 4 compounds demonstrated some effect, but only one compound, this one, was confirmed by orthogonal assays, so that it is really bind, not only by surface plasma resonance, but also by NMR on fluorine atom. Again, we didn't see some improvement in binding affinity, but yeah, it just confirmed additionally that this scaffold and this motif may be reasonable for further investigation. And yeah, we received good marks from those experts who evaluated our solutions, and we possessed the third place. We share the third place with several groups, and I will show you this a little bit below. So in general, what I would say regarding this part, that it was quite successful to use this approach, combining de novo designed molecules and use them as templates for similarity search. Actually, this pipeline can be executed in a quite fast way. The most time-consuming for us was MD simulations in this case, because we simulated 700 molecules and docked just 1 million compound, a little bit more than just 1 million compound. And this resulted in a pretty good hit rate, so we discovered 8 active molecules out of 82 suggested compounds. And at this stage, at the first round there were no human intervention. And as far as I know, we were the only one team who didn't use this manual selection or somehow introduce human expertise in the compound ranking and choosing. So on the second round we were not so successful, but what is good is that this project really boosted us, and it somehow inspired us to develop and publish finally those tools which I presented you during the tutorial, these EasyDoc and Streamed tools, which are really create very, very easy pipeline for docking and MD simulations if you need some routine tasks to do. So I hope that you already understood this during the tutorials. And here I just few slides regarding the contributions of other groups. Here is the different pipelines suggested by other groups. There are total number of these groups was 23 which participated. So you can see that there are some very simple pipelines, very complex pipelines, and now our pipeline is one of the most complex one regarding our description and interpretation of organizers, but that is true, of course. And here I put just names of groups who possessed one of first 3 places. Many of those researchers disclosed their identities, so you can look on the website of a CASH challenge to look where others were placed. Here is outputs from the first round, and here are just places possessed by different of those groups. So there were 2 first places. The first place possessed David Koes, which was already mentioned in the lecture of Alexander Dömling. So I will describe briefly some of those approaches because they were already published. This one is a collaboration between several groups. They also designed molecule which was evaluated quite high by the experts from the biophysical point of view, medicinal chemistry point of view, computational chemistry point of view. So there were a panel of experts who evaluated these molecules finally found as actives. Second group is Christina Schindler, and there are several groups which possessed third place, so many of them. And regarding the first round output, it's interesting to note that just several groups can exceed 10% hit rates, but nevertheless it's still possible. So even for such a complex task, some groups could found quite large number of active compounds, even without just information about quite tricky binding site. What was interesting for me is that one group found 11 hits on the first stage, but this group couldn't find any reasonable molecules on the second stage. So that's why they were not in this final list of the best groups. I don't remember the final value of assigned to their molecules, but for some reasons they designed, as far as I remember, 3 different analog series at the second round, and all of them were not confirmed by orthogonal experiments. So activity of those analogs were not confirmed. So that's why they downvote probably these outputs of this group. And here I just briefly demonstrate how other pipelines looked like. So for David Koes, they used quite simple way, and they tried to use their own tools, which they developed, mainly Farmit, which I tried to demonstrate you during the tutorial, but it didn't work. But it is really, actually Farmit, I believe, is a backend engine for this tool, which Alexander Dömling showed you. It's really fast, it's really very easy to run. It can be used not only for generation of structure-based pharmacophores, but only for virtual screening of those large libraries in a very fast manner. And what David Koes did, so they used initial crystal structure. They performed docking of those 7 million compounds from mold ports using NINA, selected 1,000 top compounds for final evaluation and selection. Then, as an alternative approach, they suggested to create a pharmacophore models. To create a pharmacophore models, they used docking of small fragments inside this cavity. Then those docked fragments were converted to pharmacophore features, and then they were manually selected which features they consider as a reasonable one for final model. They create a final model from these features and perform virtual screening using different libraries like Zinc, MQ library, which contains millions of compounds already. And as a final step of evaluation, they performed MD simulation of a protein. They sampled it again. Similarly to us, they selected representative structures of this protein and performed docking with GNINA to all these structures and make a consensus prediction to rank compounds. And final selection was done by the clustering of compounds and selecting the desired number of molecules for suggestion. And here you can see that one of these molecules which were found by David Koes. It's not the highest probably activity of molecules. This is a molecule which was found on the second stage of their work. So it's also micromolar activity. This is a pipeline suggested by the group of researchers from US. They used deep docking. So this idea, I don't know whether you told, already somebody told about this or not. So the idea is that you don't need to screen the whole library containing the billions of compounds. You can screen just a small, relatively small portion of this library, like millions of molecules, then build a QSR model, which predict binding affinity, use this QSR model to predict docking score for remaining compounds, select the best candidates for the next iteration of docking, and then iteratively you improve this QSR model, and finally you can make a reasonable selection and prediction of docking scores for the rest of the library and select the most favorable compounds. So they used for this purpose as a source 4 billion size library from real enamine chemical space. They performed docking using Glide, Autodoc, and ICM. Finally selected 18 million compounds. Then they used docking for final selections. They used docking only outputs of Glide and Autodoc. Then some compounds were evaluated by medicinal chemists and were selected purely manually, some compounds. Some compounds were selected based on the consensus score between different programs. Then they performed additionally some docking experiments, some filtration by physicochemical properties, and so on. And finally, the final list of compounds were evaluated by the MD simulations and calculating of absolute binding free energy to select the last number of compounds from which they already selected representative subset using again clustering and so on. And here is the output. This is the first stage of their plan. The second stage is not disclosed, or I'm not, at least I do not remember this paper on about the second stage. And what is how this molecule look like, which they found on the second stage. Yeah, maybe it's, again, not highly active, but from the medicinal chemist point of view, it provides good opportunity for optimization, for further optimization. So that's why they were ranked quite high and possessed the first place. Even so, at the beginning, what is also important to understand, in the beginning of this drug design project, it's not expected that you will find some nanomolar binders. So even such low micromolar binders may have sense, even for, especially for difficult targets. And Here is one pipeline for Didier Rognan group from Strasbourg University. Their idea was based on the sub-pocket similarity. So they identify the sub-pocket of the initial crystal structure of a protein. So these are encoding this pore channel within this WDR domain. And in parallel, they perform analysis of sub-pockets for available PDB data. So they also analyze pockets of ligands bound to the proteins. Then they cut these ligands on pieces, on fragments. For each fragment, they have associated sub-pocket. And they perform similarity search of these sub-pockets to this large cavity in our protein. And if they find the highly similar sub-pockets, then they suppose that the fragment associated with this sub-pocket should bind to this region in the large cavity of our target. Finally, this gave them molecules, not molecules, fragments bound to different regions of this large cavity. And if those fragments were close enough, they merged them together. If they were finally too far away, for example, there are 3 groups of fragments which are bound on top, on bottom, in the middle, and they apply the linker algorithm, which is a de novo generator, and they try to link those fragments together in larger molecules, in the final molecules, so they link those pairs all together. They generated up to 2 million compounds. Again, they pass filters for druggability, but again, those compounds cannot be synthesized, and they used quite similar strategy as we did, so they performed just similarity search for commercial analogs of those compounds, but they used, I don't remember unfortunately, but they didn't use this possibility with F3, so they used some smaller subset of enamine space available. So finally they apply this restriction, perform clustering to select diverse hits, and submitted them for evaluation. Here is again one example of those compounds which were discovered by this group at the second stage. Again, it's not a nanomolar binder, but again it was evaluated pretty well as a potential, as having potential for further optimization. And what is an interesting story regarding the identification of binding site? Organizers, they tried to identify the binding site and binding pocket where those compounds bound. So they selected one of highly active ligands and soaked the crystal structure. And it was very surprised for them that in the crystal structure, ligand bound outside of the cavity. So here is the cavity, so here is the channel. Here is the second part, and ligand bind outside of this pocket. It was quite unexpected and surprising for them. They performed point mutagenesis studies, so they mutated some residues in this region, but in the experimental assay, ligand still can bind to the domain, and they concluded that probably this crystal structure is just artifact, and they trying to repeat now these experiments. So it's quite interesting, yeah, so it's really interesting. So compound is still active, but they couldn't solve its structure, X-ray structure. And here is a joint paper which you can find. Some groups already published their own publications on these topics. We still did not. So I hope that this year maybe we will finally find enough power and time to do that, to finalize the paper and publication, to submit to the journal. So I would like to thank my group who participated and contributed to this project. I also thanks to colleagues from Prague who helped us with the metadynamics. And thank you for your attention. Thank you. I hope that this somehow inspire you that, yeah, these approaches which we develop can really help you and can really help medicinal chemists to design something new ideas, find active compounds. So these not are just numbers, but yeah, there are many groups actually which didn't succeed. So yeah, they submitted molecules, but they were inactive. There are something like, I don't know, 5 or 6 such groups, and there are 5 maybe more groups which demonstrated some activity, but inconclusive activity, and they were also not passed to the later stages. But nevertheless, so these are very diverse set of approaches which can be applied, and some of them were successful, some of them not, but to say which one pipeline is good, it requires more systematic evaluation, of course. But we succeeded, and we try now to continue with this approach and further evaluate it on other targets. Okay, so sorry for this. Do you have some questions? Yeah, Thomas.
Yeah, I have one very short and one
Okay.
very short is that your task was to discover binder molecules or inhibitors of the activity of this protein.
Just binders.
But we don't know whether they have therapeutic effect.
Don't know what?
The binders that you discovered, do they have therapeutic effect? Because you showed us the crystal structure of a binder that is back outside of the pore.
But
Does
it,
have an effect on the function of the protein?
it is expected, and all groups designed molecules which should bind inside the pore. This is the first, and the second one is that it is not, these binders should not affect activity of a kinase. It should be just binders because it was expected that this will be used for designing of product compounds. So that's why it's not necessary, because for these particular kinases, there are a lot of compounds which bind to kinase domain. And
Of target effects, etc.
yeah.
And now the longer question. You presented an overview of the pipelines employed by the most successful groups. And I could pinpoint some conventional, very conventional methods like docking, for example, traditional docking, molecular dynamic simulations, MMGBSA, etc. And there were some other novel approaches, more elegant, let's say, like the deep learning based, and also the novel drug design. You didn't disclose many details about your based approach, but okay, in your pipeline, I would say that's the most elegant part. The rest is the traditional way. So my question is on that. If you had to select a novel approach, a novel component of each of these approaches, and graph them together and create a new pipeline, which of those you would select and why?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I liked, for example, approach of Didier and Young with this sub-pocket identification. So it's really something reasonable because it based also on experimental data, and you can again aggregate these fragments into something reasonable. Whether this aggregated will be syndically accessible or not, this is a question. But again, in theory, I would combine this approach with our CREM generator instead of using some deep learning models which generate some not frequently reasonable molecules. So in this case, maybe such compounds could be synthesizable as well. But unfortunately, in the framework of this CASH challenge, it's not feasible to synthesize those molecules due to the short time frame. And those molecules which we submitted, designed de novo, they were declined to synthesize in this period of time. So unfortunately, there are no outputs from this part of our pipeline. But this combination would be quite interesting from my point of view. Also, what is looks quite interesting using more sophisticated docking methods. Maybe not so many of them. That's also possible. This deep docking also looks quite interesting, but it's quite orthogonal to what other group do. So, in my opinion, fragment-based drug design looks quite favorable in this case. So, whether based on this sub-pocket identification, because we also have similar ideas, again, for identification of hotspots, for example, on the surface of this cavity, and use them as a bias for selection of compounds. But finally, we didn't use this idea because it required a lot of efforts to evaluate and identify. So it's really difficult to say which pipeline would be the perfect one, but I still believe that fragment-based approaches is quite successful ones. So we don't need some brute force, because some group, one group just use brute force docking. So they dock millions of compounds and selected top scoring ones. That's also possible, but it's not computationally efficient, it's not so, as you told, elegant, but it is still working. It is still working. So.
Are you talking now about the deep docking or traditional docking?
I think they used very traditional program dock. It's very fast, yeah, but it's rigid docking, so yeah. It's rigid docking. And
why did you exclude glide from your consensus?
Finally, glide didn't demonstrate good performance on those molecules which we already have as actives and inactives. So that's why we decided that, okay, we can disregard this SMINA and glide, because they received almost area under curve 0.5. SMINA even lower than 0.5. So that's why we focused on only those two tools. And maybe these additional tools could contribute better. It's difficult to say. We also tried to perform some retrospective analysis. For example, compare the contribution of docking and these MD simulations. But the results are very inconclusive, because predictions are not correlated at all of docking and MMGBCA. So it's difficult to predict what is the key point in all this pipeline. What was the key feature in this screening and prediction and scoring? To answer these questions, the design of the study should be completely different, and we had the ability, we should have the ability to test more number of compounds, so we should validate different these pipelines. So that's why this was the first try. Now they tried to make it more comparable, these cache challenges across each other. But at the first cache challenge, yeah, it was quite heterogeneous and very difficult to compare.
Is there any chance all the top performing groups to sit together and contemplate a consensus approach with most elegant components of each successful pipeline?
Theoretically, it is possible. I didn't attend this cache meeting due to some reasons, so that's why I do not know, maybe they discussed something about that, but I don't know about such an initiative. Some groups continue to participate in further cache challenges, and I would say that they were pretty successful. I would highlight maybe the David Koes with Gnina docking, just Gnina docking, and he already possessed also top scoring places in some of the further cache challenges. Also, the approach with deep docking was quite successful in later challenges as well. So even these simple approaches, they work pretty well. So yeah, it's difficult to beat them, and we have to find more elegant, more computationally efficient approaches for that to solve these problems. rather than brute force. But if brute force works, that's already good. We have good competitors at least. So some other questions? Yeah, please.
Did you apply for the second one?
No, we didn't participate in any further cash challenges because for us it was quite tough to participate. It's very exhausting. It's very exhausting. Yeah, currently when you have established a pipeline, it can be easier to participate. But again, these later cash challenges, they require your financial contribution already. And this also somehow demotivates us to participate, and so you pay money and just to validate your pipeline. We can do this in our own experiments for our own targets in which we are interested and what we are doing now actually. So we validate this pipeline for our targets relevant to our research initiatives. Yeah, next.
Did some groups find the same compound?
Yes, there were some analyses of similarity of compounds across different groups, and there were there were no identical compounds, of course. I believe it's impossible. When you try to find something in a billion-size libraries and you select just 100 compounds, it's just even by chance, it's almost improbable. But similarity between some groups were observed on the quite low level, like something like Tanimoto for Morgan fingerprints was 0.4. So it was quite diverse across groups. Even within individual groups, researchers also tried to keep the diversity of suggested solutions. However, some of them, one or two groups, submitted highly similar compounds. So I didn't include this plot in the presentation, but mainly solutions were diverse. Across groups, definitely within groups, almost always. So, yeah, different approaches, but different answers. Yeah, Thomas?
And you also mentioned that for these people that are running metadynamics, how was this exactly employed with metadynamics and for which purpose? Obviously, you cannot reduce fitting unless you meet Funnel metadynamics.
Funnel metadynamics.
So how many compounds did you do with Funnel metadynamics?
We tried with 2. But we will be even satisfied if we will converge with at least 1. Because I would like to understand whether those poses found by docking are relevant or not, and is it reasonable to follow how to go in further direction? Because if we will be able to identify or believe that we identify some relevant poses, then we can apply free energy perturbation to design some analysis. Since we couldn't do that, we went in another direction. So that's why we use in the second stage other plan.
So you were not satisfied by the outcome of Funnel metadynamics?
Yes, because we observed just 1 or 2 unbinding events. That is not enough to make a conclusion regarding the energy. Yeah, we already observed what is good in this metadynamics, that it also gave us some additional understanding. And we already located some possible location of a ligand, but we found 2 minima on this landscape, energy landscape, so ligand can bind in one orientation or in another orientation. But we couldn't conclude which orientation is true, because the difference in energy was very low, and we had to continue these simulations further to understand better. So that's why we just interrupted them.
Was there any group that did real experiments with this protein? I mean, purified the protein and did in vitro protein ligand binding?
They didn't perform such experiments currently, as far as I know.
How were these binding affinities measured, or what exactly type of binding affinities they were?
This, this data is KD calculated from surface plasmon resonance. For very, very few compounds, they perform calorimetry, but was just few. And the main confirmation assay, it doesn't give you information about the affinity, it was NMR.
NMR? What exactly?
NMR on fluorine atoms.
STD, saturation transfer difference?
I don't know. I don't remember.
NMR, okay, on fluorine atoms.
On fluorine, 19 atoms.
Yes, with NMR you can see which atoms interact. So from these two dominant binding poses that you mentioned during fundamental dynamics, you can conclude which is the biologically relevant. If you have the NMR spectrum of the compound unknown and the mixture of the product of the compound, you can tell which atoms of the
That's interesting suggestion. Thanks.
yeah,
Thanks.
it's very simple, very fast experiment. We do it in hundreds. I will show you that.
Yeah. So actually, we can ask organizers to share this spectrum data with us, and we can discuss with you. So it is possible. It would be nice addition to the paper. At least it can somehow give us additional argument in which pose to believe. Maybe. So, okay. So, thanks. Great. Great suggestion. Yeah.
So, I was thinking the pore is pretty big. So, as I understood from the tutorials, for Bina you don't need to set up the grid. But for Glide you have to set up the grid. So my question is, like, if you actually found some hits, did you set up for the Glide the grid, or did you just choose like a really huge grid for the whole pore, and therefore it might not have performed well, the Glide, or?
Yeah, we choose the large pore for all these programs. So the grid was for the whole pore, and the ligand can move inside, because we have no clue which region to choose. That's why it's not reasonable. Yeah, it's possible to make some smaller pockets and dock only in this one, and then look for the best. But the output would be mainly the same, in my opinion, because nevertheless, the question is how well you sample the conformational space of a ligand within this large pore. If you can do that, then it's not reasonable to split on many smaller sub-pockets or grids. So that's why for docking we use such, it's something like blind docking. So when we don't fully convince in which region the ligand binds. So I think it's reasonable. So, and the cavity is so homogeneous, so that's why it's really difficult to understand. There are almost just one or two side chains, polar side chains inside, and mainly it was the walls of this cavity created by backbone atoms, so carbonyls and nitrogens. And there are also just few hydrophobic, but there were more hydrophobic residues inside. So it's very difficult. Some other questions? No. Okay, so thank you. And go for lunch. You have 40 minutes. 40 till 2 o'clock. At 2 o'clock.
So today I'd like to talk to you a little bit about how neural network used to solve quantum mechanics and apply for molecular and reaction tasks.
Yeah.
And before I run out of time, let me acknowledge actually people who did the work. So this is my lab, Carnegie Mellon, all the people who did the hard work, funding from the National Science Foundation, Center for Computer Assisted Synthesis, ONR, and other agencies that support this work. I think we in the field of chemistry have a little problem with the image, right? So if you ask a layperson on the street, can you imagine chemist? You will get something like that, like, you know, strange people mixing liquids, you know, maybe fumes going there. If you Google for images about chemistry, it will be something like that. People mix colorful liquids, right? At least this person wears the safety goggles, which is great, right? And this is, of course, typical chemistry lab, right? And the same as you know, none of this represent me and work what we do, because I'm a computational chemist. My lab looks like this. It's a messy desk, you know, and we use computers to learn and represent chemistry. And I think what's interesting these days, we see this explosion of use of computations for chemistry. And this is due to a couple of different directions. One is the hardware, right? This is GPU. This is essentially this hardware that powers current AI revolution. So here in Pittsburgh, we have Pittsburgh Supercomputing Center, and this is our supercomputer called Bridges. So it has, you know, a few hundreds of those cards. And in addition to hardware, we have new algorithms and the methods, which I'll talk about later. And also, in addition to computers, we see this hardware in the experiment and experiment automation. So what we'll see in the future is kind of fusion between, you know, computational and experimental chemistry, because we will be able to use, you know, new robotic hardware to run experiments as well, in addition to computations. Now, but this field, you know, as probably as you learned for the past week, chemists been really fascinated and been asking this question, can a computer learn chemistry, for a long time, right? So given this formula, can I predict, is it toxic, right? What was the pharmacophore properties and so forth, right? Can I predict the spectra? And essentially, this is what computational chemistry is good for, right? Computers are getting faster. It's a rapidly growing field. We have new algorithms. And there's almost limitless properties that we can compute, right? Design of null molecules, neural materials, you know, medicinal chemistry, all the drug discoveries that you've been talking for past week. You can predict various quantities, things like spectra, you know, IR, Raman, NMR. You can predict electronic excitation, interaction, you know, with the light, UV spectra, and so forth. So there's a very, very long list what you can solve using the methods of computational chemistry. I promise this is the only, you know, it's essentially the only equation that I'd like to show you. So this is the foundation of modern quantum mechanics, right? So this is what's called the time-independent Schrödinger equation, right? So this is the Hamiltonian operator, which describe, you know, all the different interaction terms between the nuclei and electrons. And, you know, because of this complexity, you cannot solve this equation analytically for anything practical besides, you know, the hydrogen atom or something. And therefore, we use big machine supercomputers to solve it numerically. And therefore, for the complex systems, we have this simplification of various assumptions, right, that we can solve numerically. And depending on these assumptions, right, it dictates the complexity of that solution. However, nevertheless, given the set of assumptions, we can still get accurate results and have very practical, pragmatic calculations. Which leads me to kind of second foundation, which is called the Born-Oppenheimer approximation. You know, hopefully you've all seen the movie, you know, about the Oppenheimer. You know, in addition to the, you know, the participation in the Manhattan Project, you know, he was co-discoverer, what's called the Born-Oppenheimer approximations, where essentially what they did, they separate, you know, degrees of freedom between electrons in the nuclei. And essentially what we do, we solve the electronic Schrödinger equation, and we move nuclei classically, therefore give rise to what's called the potential energy surface. and all the methods, and essentially, right, you separate those electron and nuclear degrees of freedom. Now, because of that approximations, we have this classical, kind of a paradigm, right? You will have to make a choice, right? Should I use fast method, things like molecular mechanics, force fields, or do I have to solve electronic Schrödinger equation explicitly and compute all those terms, right? Left is the molecular mechanics, fast analytical methods. You can run millions of atoms with that. Right, you're limited by the type of approximation. It's typically, for a few hundred atoms. Okay. Oops, sorry. Which kind of goes to where the machine learning have a fit. Now, if you look here on the left, right, so it's kind of cartoon representation where I have on x-axis different scaling of different methods, and on y-axis some kind of metric of accuracy. And again, force fields, typically linear scaling, you can run 1,000 million of atoms, but the problem of them, they're not necessarily transferable. And therefore, if you make a choice to do some QM calculations, you need to select an approximation by the price of the scaling, right? Maybe some semi-empirical time-dependent methods, things like XTB. The workhorse of contemporary quantum chemistry is what's called the density functional theory. And in principle, it's the n cube. So it scales cubically with the number of electrons. And what's called the coupled cluster theory. This is what's called the gold standard theory for organic molecules, but you pay the price ON7. And therefore, kind of the spoiler alert, what machine learning provides us, given the reference training data, we can make this ML model, essentially a surrogate model, being trained a particular choice of approximation. And because the nature of the ML model, it is typically linear scaling. Therefore, we can bridge the gap between the speed and accuracy and kind of push those methods in this top left corner. And therefore, you get your energy is essentially a function of molecular coordinates. What we, in my lab and many other labs, what we do, we take molecular structure, you featureize, feed them to neural network, compute energy. The beauty of neural network, they're fully differentiable. Therefore, you can backpropagate and can compute gradients. Then you have forces. So you can do molecular dynamics. You can backpropagate twice. You have matrix of second derivatives, the Hessians. You can do property calculations. So essentially, it provides you kind of a new framework for molecular simulations. And kind of for past 5 years, I think most of the developments were focused on how to represent molecular structure, which is probably what you've been discussing for past several days. Now, this is just a random molecule, some organic molecules, right? Again, as we discussed a little bit, molecules are quantum objects. So when they interact to each other, they interact by their fundamental forces. For example, this is the electrostatic potential. You can see, the places with positive, negative charges. Now, we as a chemist typically draw a 2D sketch, a molecular structure. But on a computer, molecule often represented as a graph. So you have edges, those represent chemical bonds, and you have nodes, those would be the chemical atoms. And this graph, essentially molecular graph, it dictates type of the file formats you use. For example, SDF or MOL format, very well known. It's essentially encode vertices and the edges, the connectivity in the molecular file. And based on these molecular graphs, what you probably learned before, you can use all the scheme informatics tasks, compute various descriptors, and use for downstream ML tasks. Now, what modern deep learning allows us to do, directly operate on the molecular graph. And therefore, what we see is a rise of many, many different models that use either graph of the molecule or kind of more generally, three-dimensional point cloud of atoms to encode a molecule for the purpose of learning. And in my lab, we represent, we develop sort of this approximation. There are many, many methods now, but all of them kind of similar because they use the molecular graph as a starting point. And therefore, kind of the natural fit for molecules would be what called graph neural networks of GNNs, right? So you take a molecular graph, and according to the connectivity table, you essentially compute the interaction between the atoms along those nodes, and essentially it dictates the specific architecture, and then you combine different layers to produce the output. And GNNs kind of thought about as a generalization of what's called the convolutional neural networks that you probably have seen and widely used for images. So convolutional neural networks essentially operates on the essentially square grid of pixels, which has a very regular structure. And GNNs can be thought about generalization of this convolution operation, but not in the grid of pixels, but along the topology of our molecular graph. And therefore, essentially, atoms would interact according to their connectivity or their distance in 3D space. And therefore, that would dictate the, essentially this convolutional operation on the molecular graph. Now, which brings me to kind of probably most known our work called ANI neural network. It was a first example of transferable neural network potentials that been parameterized for kind of drug-like molecules. And it operates essentially on 3D space on the molecular structure. We featurize it, and every atom inside this molecule would essentially fill its neighbors up to cutoff 5 angstroms. So we call it local atomic environment. And essentially, this atomic environment forms kind of 3D molecular fingerprints that we fit into the neural network. We predict the local energy of this atom, we sum them up, and we get the total energy of the molecule. And that's essentially how it works, right? So, for example, neural network zoom in on this atom, and we take the, a cutoff, we compute this atomic environments, and neural network move in to another atom, another, and so forth. And the total energy of the system would be sum of these things. Now, what you see, we instead of inclusion of the full molecular graph, we have this 5 angstrom cutoff, which essentially allow us to do the scaling. And that's why those methods are very fast, that we use only part of the molecular graph to compute these interactions. Now, all of that implemented in our code, it's called Torch ANI. So we use PyTorch framework. It's all in Python. It's available on GitHub. You see the link on the right. And I will share all my slides, so you'll have all the references and all the links. And with the regional architecture, we parameterize 7 elements. So CHNO, sulfur, and a couple of halogens. With more advanced architectures that I'll talk later, we're now up to 14 elements. So we parameterize essentially all the non-metals. If there are kind of hardcore computational quantum chemists here, we use 2 levels of theory, a particular choice of density functional theory, and also a linear scaling DLP-no couple cluster as well. Now, what you can do is essentially all type of computational chemistry applications, minimize geometry, compute properties in the spectra. You can run molecular dynamics, compute thermochemistry, do conformer search, run simulation on a GPU and the periodic boundary conditions. Now, kind of long story short, I will not bore you with all the benchmarks and a kind of comparison with different methods, but just to highlight a couple of things. What essentially those methods, they revolutionize the way how we approach energy and conformers of organic molecules. Now, here on the left, what essentially you gain, it solves the problem of computing 3D geometry and potential energy surfaces of organic molecules in a gas phase, right? What traditionally been really, really hard for force fields, now it's essentially solved, right? So what I'm showing here on the left, several kind of bio relevant molecules with sulfur halogens, though typically polarizable, therefore very, very hard for force fields to reproduce. And what the bold here, there's a couple of dihedral angles. So what if I take two of these dihedral angles, I can build this what's called the conformational potential surface map, right? So energy of conformers as a vary those dihedrals. On the right, this is ground true. This is DFT. On the left, that's what's computed with ANI neural network potentials. None of these molecules were used for in the training data. You get an error about 1, 2, maybe up to 3 kcal per mole. However, the shape of this potential energy is preserved. You see minima, we expect to see minima. You see maxima, we expect to see maxima. So essentially, it solves the problem. In addition, we get very, very accurate gas phase thermochemistries. We can compute, free energy of reactions or enthalpy of reactions for that matter. Now, more practically, perhaps for your applications, especially if you're interested in structure-based drug discovery, you might be interested to have, a library of molecules and their 3D structure, maybe for docking or molecular dynamic simulations. So for that practical applications, we developed a package called After3D. Again, it's free, written in Python, available on the GitHub, and it solves the problem, how do you go from smile strings, which is essentially the language to describe the 2D structure of the molecule, and this is de facto the standard in the chemical databases. You go from smiles to 3D, which means you have to solve the problem of doing conformer search. So what After3D helps you is in following directions. Now, unfortunately, the byproduct of smiles is that it's been standardized as a smile format, but often the location of protons been lost. And therefore, if you're interested in specific, connectivity of your hydrogen in the molecule, and therefore exact tautomer, essentially After3D could enumerate all the tautomers. Often in smiles, the stereoisomer information is lost, so you don't know is it cis and trans or RRS stereoisomer. So there are tools to enumerate all the stereoisomers and then use neural network, essentially compute 3D structure for them, do conformer search, and rank by the energy. And at the end, you will get either the lowest energy structure, or if you're interested in ensemble, you can get the number of conformers. So it uses all of our neural networks. You can run it as a Python, you can run it from a command line, or config file to YAML for a complex tasks. Let me show you a quick example. We go to a database of tautomerization reactions. Think about ketone transformations. But here is a different type of intramolecular tautomerization reactions. So we get 80 pairs of molecules. We run 3D structures with After3D, and separately, we computed the same with QM directly. We use a particular, again, choice of DFT, and we computed free energy in the standard approximation. So you have electronic energy, 0-point energy, thermal correction, and entropy. And what you will get here on the left, x-axis what computed with ANI versus DFT. And what you see, R-square 0.95, mean absolute error 1.5 kcal per mole. And essentially, you get very accurate reaction energy in a quite large window of the reaction energies as well. And again, if you're interested, people install After3D. It's available on GitHub, and it's been currently used again in a academic lab and pharmaceutical companies and all over in industry and academia. So encourage you if it might be helpful. Okay. In addition, again, it may not be focus of this workshop, but the same architecture, same technology being successfully applied for many other applications. So for example, Justin, who was the first author on the ANI paper, very talented graduate student at the time, joined Los Alamos National Lab and applied neural networks for material science. So here an example of some of his work where he parameterized essentially machine learning potential for aluminum, which allowed them to run multi-million atomistic simulation of a shock wave. So this is like a chunk of aluminum, and they induce shock wave on this on the right side. And you see and you can run this essentially non-equilibrium MD simulations. You see formation of the shock wave and changes in the structure. So, the aluminum melts, and then you see formation of some clusters and other interesting phenomena to material science, right? So again, without the changes in the architecture, they were able to apply this to material science problem. Also recently, last year, we kind of joined the forces again between my lab and the group at Los Alamos, and we parameterize reactive potential for kind of CHNO chemistry with idea of can we run chemical reaction in the bulk for again using the element CHNO. And that essentially solve a long-standing problem of parameterizing reactive potentials. If you ever heard things like ReactFF, you know how painful and hard it is to fit those potentials. But what using ANI architecture and what's called the active learning workflow, which essentially means learning on the fly, allow us parameterize the this neural network reactive potentials. The way how we do it is very simple. We automate building systems of packing small organic molecules, 2-3 atoms, and running high temperature molecular dynamic simulation, varying, temperature and volumes, and essentially cook molecules and inducing reactions. And then iteratively running QM calculation, updating the ML potentials, iterating, and so forth. And that allow us essentially parameterize this potential, which is transferable. You can run multiple applications, like nucleation of the carbon, formation of graphene, and some combustion chemistry, and so forth. Again, if you're interested in the reaction chemistry, the link here and below. But let me just show you a couple of cool applications. We train it on small molecule and their reactions. Nevertheless, the neural network learn enough physics to reproduce essentially solid state behavior and nucleation of carbon under different conditions. So imagine we run the simulation of essentially random carbon atoms under different density, high density, medium density, and low density. So when you run this reaction, what you will see under high density conditions, carbon would essentially form a qubit diamond. This is exactly as diamond forms in the Earth's crust. Under medium density, you will see formation of the graphite and kind of the layered structure. But in the low density regime, you will get kind of fullerene, kind of onion-like structures, which essentially corresponds to the experiment, and we can reproduce reliable lattice parameters for the diamond and the graphite. You can also have kind of fun to doing combustion chemistry, so you can pack oxygen molecules and hydrocarbons and burn them and essentially see the consumption of the hydrocarbon, formation of water and CO2, and therefore compute kinetics for that process as well. Now, again, 2017, ANI architecture, very simple approach, but I think very impactful applications in multiple fields of chemistry. Now, I kind of think about this work as kind of doing Lego blocks, and working with architecture and essentially making this different architecture by combining these blocks of Lego. So if you're interested in kind of more technical details about our choices and kind of design decisions about different architectures, I also recommend this review in the Accounts of Chemical Research. But let me now switch gears into 2024, now in 2025, into second generation of atoms and molecules neural network. The name atoms and molecules essentially comes from the, Bader's atoms and molecule theory, and I'll kind of show you a little bit why this name comes from. But what it allows us to do is substantially expand the scope. Now, we first of all expanded scope of elements to essentially all non-metals. Now, in addition to neutral molecules, now we can compute also charged species, so things like ions, and extend from organic molecules to things like elemental organic structure, hypervalent species, and so forth. Again, data, models, calculators available on the GitHub. So this is the link if you're interested. Again, PyTorch, same story, same framework. And this is the architecture. And kind of our inspiration was, again, with the Bader's theory, atoms and molecules, which essentially says that inside the molecules, the electron density of atoms are essentially consistent with their neighbors. Now, in neural network, we don't have any electron densities, but atoms represented by vectors, and those are learnable representations. In our jargon, it's called embeddings. Those this orange quantities. So what we do, we pass molecular coordinates and also charge, or charge and spin multiplicity, if those are radicals. And neural network learn their representation while it compute energy. Now, the architecture of AIMNet2 is a little bit more elaborate. Now we have a couple of physics-based terms. For example, we can compute long-range electrostatics physically, which is convenient and implemented in multiple simulation packages, so we don't need to learn them directly. And again, if you're interested technically, I'm happy to answer any questions after the talk. What was also interesting is that when you finish training your neural network, you can take those vectors and use your favorite dimensionality reduction technique to see, what this neural network learns. So this is 2D projections of those vectors. I use t-SNE as the algorithms to do nonlinear dimensionality reductions for those learned representations. And kind of interestingly, those clusters in different colors represent this, essentially learned vectors for every atom inside the molecules. And indeed, they kind of looks like little corner of the periodic table. So this is oxygen and sulfur, fluorine, chlorine, and hydrogen, interestingly closer to the halogens, which kind of, again, for me as a chemist, kind of makes sense. Now, if you zoom in this little cluster, for example, of carbons, I can look and I can do this deeper analysis and see. So for example, those are my carbons in different type of chemical environment, polar, non-polar, different types of substituent. What was also interesting, if you compute partial atomic charges with the QM, those embeddings are strongly correlates with the partial atomic charge on the carbon, which again also helps you do a little interpretation of those calculations. Now, kind of what we eventually extended this is what idea of called the neural spin and charge equilibration. And again, I'm going here more into depth in the theory, but this is the way how we can essentially equilibrate, either excess or deficiency. So for example, you have an ion or a cation, which means, either excess of positive or negative charge, and describe this non-local interactions that happens inside the molecule. Can I show you visually how this works? This is a little kind of conjugated molecule. We have two benzene ring, then nitro and amino groups. So this is electron donor, this is electron acceptor. So if I detach or attach electrons, in other words, I form either anion or cation in this molecule. Quantum mechanics tells me, you see here spin density on the bottom from DFT, this either positive or negative charge slowly delocalize along the conjugation. And you see this, kind of red and blue essentially going into the waves. So this is what's called the spin wave behavior. Now, without the trick that we applied here, neural network learn absolutely incorrectly and essentially just spread out the charges. And using that, essentially, this trick, it allows us to describe this non-local behavior. And to my knowledge, again, that was the first time where a neural network can learn this non-local effects, and also neural network potentials were extended to, not only neutral charged, but also to radical system. What was interesting, if you can interrogate neural network more, and you can extract a lot of useful reactivity indices out of AIMNet. And if you're familiar, maybe there is a essentially whole field of computational chemistry called conceptual DFT, and this is the theory of chemical reactivity. For example, you can compute quantities like chemical potential, hardness, various Felicity indices, or Fukui functions are rigorously connected, all this property connected as the derivatives of the energy with respect to the number of electrons, or quantities like charges in different states. Now, again, if you remember, I mentioned neural networks are fully differentiable. Therefore, all these derivatives can be computed directly inside the neural network. So we can reliably compute those quantities and use them as the descriptors for reactivity. And those things been used to predict, outcomes of chemical reactions, yields, and again used for, in academia and industry as well. Now, AIMNet 2 again has, very favorable performance. So here on the right, what I'm showing you scaling with the number of atoms in the molecules. You can know on a modern GPU, you can fit 100,000 atoms and get energy and forces in a fraction of seconds. For practical applications, maybe some of you used things like JFNXDB, the attain binding method from the Steffens Griebe group. AIMNet is actually faster than XTB, and you can optimize, using our, highly optimized methods, maybe up to 100 of molecular conformers within a few seconds on a GPU, which again provide you high throughput way to get three-dimensional structure for molecules, which kind of brings me to where we now, and this idea of foundational models that so far, because we invested so much efforts in the QM data, that there's a lot of knowledge already in the AIMNet model, and it allows many diverse applications for multiple tasks. So for example, what we work right now is extend to multiple applications, connect the AIMNet with salvation model and, extend it to property predictions. Now we can apply it and do protein ligand simulations. So for example, we describe ligand with ML potential, you can describe protein with the traditional force fields, and you compute free energy of protein ligand interaction. Again, this is new upcoming kind of emerging directions to compute binding free energy of protein ligands. Reaction calculations and generative models, right? So all of that can be done, and kind of the logic behind that is that instead of doing each application from scratch, you use AIMNet as your starting point and just gently adapt it to whatever applications you need, which saves you time and also, number of reference QM calculations. Now, let me show you a couple of things. That's again, very recent preprint of ours. It's our collaboration with a group at the Berkeley lab and team behind Phoenix. Phoenix is the is a software for refinement of cryo-EM and X-ray crystal structures. Now, I'm not a crystallographer, but this is very, very complex tasks. When you start with a sample, you know, if you do X-ray, you need to grow a crystal, do diffraction, and eventually you end up with called this density maps. And that's essentially the kind of real representation of electron density. Now, going from density, what people are typically doing, you come up with the atomic model, essentially coordinates of the atoms, you know, of the amino acid and side chains of the proteins, and you need to fit this atomic model to your density. And this is called the refinement, right? So you go from a pure electronic density to essentially PDB file, where it's the position of all the atoms and the residues. Now, what essentially application of AIMNet allow us to do is to use AIMNet to refine the structure of the residues in the process of this refinement. And what we show, it gives us a substantially improved accuracy of the refinement, because traditionally refinement is done, again, is the force fields. And what I'm showing you here is there are three colors. The blue would be the electron density. Now, the blue lines would be default refinement. The green lines would be the same protein, which was done at much higher resolution, right? Blue is the kind of poor to medium quality of the structure, and the orange is the refinement with the AIMNet. So what you see here on the left, that the standard refinement, that your atomic position, especially side chains, you know, and various hydrogen bonds, do not correspond to the density very well. And what you can see in the green is actually, if you take much higher resolution, then of course you can fit the much better model. But what AIMNet allows you, take this, you know, kind of intermediate or poor structure, poor density structure, and refine it to the orange, sorry. And this is much better model that corresponds to higher resolutions. But more importantly, it preserves all this, you know, important atomic details, hydrogen bonds, salt bridges, which is very important if you do simulation or do structure-based drug discovery. Again, it's available in the latest version of Phoenix, and the preprint is on the bioRxiv. Now, what's next is we currently work in several directions, and in particular help chemists to overcome of the problem localizing of transition states, right? In order to accelerate discovery of reactions and other applications. This is a very hard task, because in addition to finding a minima, right, we need to find transition state and connect to the full reaction pathways, right? So what we work right now is kind of extension of AIMNet, so we can do exploration of the reaction network. So there's a couple of movies that reaction been driven to the with the reactive AIMNet, and that what we hope to give you tools so you can localize transition states, then run IRC, intrinsic reaction coordinates, to the reactant and products, so you can essentially compute the reaction pathways, compute the barrier, you know, compute kinetics. I mean, soon. This is, again, quick example. This is what's called the click chemistry. It's copper free click chemistry, recent Nobel Prize. What here on the left, what I'm showing you, the line in red, which is barely visible, it's the IRC calculation from reactants to products through transition state with DFT. And this kind of cyan toxic color is AIMNet. And again, reaction coordinate, you see transition state we expected to see with high accuracy and precision. And we're testing on a diverse set of reactions. In parallel, we extend availability of the elements. So our first venture into the metal world is the palladium, because, for example, palladium really important for various cross-coupling reactions. And again, extension of AIMNet to palladium would allow you to do profiling of things like, you know, carbon couple, cross-coupling reaction to things like Suzuki coupling. You know, you can essentially do rational design of ligands and do reaction optimization, because now you can localize transition states and compute, you know, energy different complexes about 1,000,000 times faster than DFT. Essentially do this calculation on a laptop. And here, again, accuracy of the energies, various complexes versus DFT, and alignment of DFT optimized versus AIMNet optimized of these palladium complexes. As you can see, we get a very nice fit for the energies. And finally, we really want to extend it to radical reactions, where you compute not only a singlet, but also things like a triplet state, because of the important these reactions for industry and other applications. So this is, again, kind of development version of the AIMNet for radical reactions. What you see line here in dashed lines would be DFT calculations. Red would be a triplet state. Blue would be a singlet state, and essentially how reaction go, you start from the singlet state and you form two radicals. So your reaction switches to potential energy surface. So this formation of these two radicals, and the comparison between the, you know, AIMNet and DFT. And here I'd like to emphasize, this is very large molecules. So it is expected that you get a little bit, excuse me, larger deviation. What the shaded lines essentially shows you is the metric of uncertainty for these calculations. And what's kind of interesting, you can see high certainty calculations for a low energy and larger uncertainty for higher energy, which kind of makes them, those calculations practical and make sense. With that, thank you so much for your attentions. And I'd like to leave you with the number of links. All our coding data is available on GitHub. Again, any models are here. We developed a number of plugins, hopefully for your simulation, favorite simulation package. Things like ASC, this atomic simulation environment in Python, OpenMM, Amber, NumD, LAMPS, AIMNet, again, available here, plugins. And if you're interested to fit your own potentials, you know, most of our data is also available online. And with that, thank you very much. And I would be happy to answer any questions.
Oh.
Thank you for the lecture. Sorry for the chaotic start.
And if you have any question due to the technical difficulties, you have to speak to the microphone. So, yeah. I should have stayed at the back.
All right. Hi, Alexander. I'm Thomas. I just want to declare that your work is very pioneer, really, and very elegant. And I would like to ask you a couple of questions quickly. First one is, in order to predict atomic properties, like for example the ANI network, to predict the atomic charges, the partial charges, you need a 3D structure of a molecule, right? Is there any alternative solution where you can provide only the 2D structure of the molecule? And specifically, I'm talking about larger molecules like peptides or proteins. I know that Adrian Roydberg, a few years ago, did an attempt to predict chemical shifts for a few nuclei, right? But then the effort stopped for some reason. You know, with proteins, we usually don't know the 3D structure, especially with small peptides. So we're interested in predicting atomic properties like, for example, chemical shifts or the signal intensity. So my first question is if there is a solution, a tweak of your existing networks to do that from the 2D structure.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for your kind words. This is very good questions. I'll give you two answers, right, and see which one you like. So one, I would argue that charge is 3D because, you know, conformer would dictate the charges, right? And therefore, I would advocate using charges for 3D structures. Even with peptides, you can use the AlphaFold. There are so many technologies. You can get 3D structure and get charge. So, however, specifically, if you want to do 2D, there are tricks that people are used for, especially for parameterizing traditional force fields, things like amber and charm. We were thinking about this application. We have not released it yet, but it will come in soon. And the trick is very simple. If you read the original papers of the GAF force fields, there is a algorithms that take normal charges that are conformal dependent, right? Because you rotate, you know, at the hedral angle, and charges would fluctuate. But there is an algorithm that make conformer independent charges. This is if you ever parameterize essentially ligand for a force field, right? That on the back, the algorithm runs and kind of average charges and make conformer independent charges. So there is a way to do this, right? It just requires a little bit coding. We plan to extend AMNet for 2D, but they keep the charges. So if, for example, if there is a need for charges for yourself, you can take normal conformer dependent charges, compute several of these conformations, and apply this algorithm, which essentially in every force field that parameterize ligands. In addition, there is a paper by from Switzerland, Serena Rittiker.
Yes, from ETH.
From the ETH Zurich, right? I think they parameterize kind of a neural network for charges, right? Which kind of use similar tricks. So that's probably the closest solution.
Okay, I'm doing an MR, so I'm mostly interested in predicting chemical shifts and syncline intensity. So, but thank you. It's
I'm not an NMR expert, unfortunately, so I cannot speak for that.
Good. And the second question, because before I pass to somebody else, you mentioned that you can also compute alternative tautomers, protomers, stereoisomers, and enantiomers. You know? And my question is, how complete is this pipeline? Is it like a complete pipeline that analyzes also these structural variants, like something from Schrödinger leak prep, for example? Does it do something similar like leak prep?
It's yes. So our struggle, because Schrödinger is so expensive, we try to do tools which is equivalent to leak prep. The only limitation as of right now, it will not protonate the titratable state, right? But otherwise, it enumerates all known. There are lots of rules to do tautomers. So if you provide molecule, it will enumerate all of them and compute. The only exception, it will not, titrate them and don't produce different, charge state.
Yeah, but so we can provide them as input, right?
Yes, yeah. If you provide them, then it compute energy, and just you need to see which state is the lowest. So the final this pKa and titration part is not implemented yet, but otherwise it is.
And what about the stereoisomers?
Fully enumerated. You can provide either one stereoisomers, then it keeps the information, or if you provide partial information, it can enumerate what is missing, or it can do full enumeration, basically find the lowest stereoisomer.
Thank you. And all of your software packages are under MIT license?
Oh, absolutely.
Wonderful. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. And another one?
Hello, I'm Peter from Palacky University, and I'd like to ask about your AIMNet 2 software and intermolecular interactions. Description that software, I understood the dispersion and electrostatic part, but what about polarization? As far as I understand, polarization may be partly captured by message passing in your network. So to what extent is it covered, and like, do you think it is fully covered? And also, then how does it behave in not dense, but in situations not in the commons phase, but in vapor, for instance? Could polarization be captured in case when basically the cutoffs do not overlap?
Yes, excellent question. If beyond, basically, if the excuse me, if the distance beyond two cutoffs, the polarization would not be done through message passing, right? So if you put two of your molecules, I don't know, 10 angstrom, right? Polarization would not work, right? But I would argue that polarization is rather shorter distance, right? So in that 10 angstrom, it's mostly dispersion and electrostatics. However, there are some corner cases that, you know, it will not behave. And we discuss a little bit this in our paper. So you're absolutely right. In terms of the intermolecular interactions, I think these frameworks work very well. Right now, the biggest limitation is the training data. So as of public version, being the training set have very little intermolecular data. So there is a study from Lžičař, who benchmark AImnet2 for the protein ligand complexes. And there is a shift in the interaction energies. And we're working on that to fix, but otherwise this framework is actually transferable. Excuse me.
Okay.
Hopefully I answered this question.
Okay, thank you. So the short range part of polarization is covered well. Are there any comparisons with SAPT theory or something like that? I mean,
no, it's fully data driven. We don't separate. Because otherwise you end up in a lot of difficulties.
Sure. Okay, thank you. And I have another question about this X-ray refinement and Phoenix. So it's going to be available in the new version?
It's already available.
It's already. And does it support multiple occupations in the refinement? I mean, I don't know how it is implemented in. I probably should download Phoenix and test, but.
Yes. So again, send me email. I can happy to follow up. Okay. I think it should. Whatever Phoenix supports, basically what we've done is just there's a plugin on the back end. They call it QR, quantum refinement. And essentially, the little plugin package, Python package, it comes with Phoenix. So you call AImnet instead of the standard refinement. And otherwise, to my knowledge, whatever functionalities Phoenix is available, we don't touch it. I think the only limitation right now, we can do refinement of proteins. We have not done the nucleic acids and the lipids. That is forthcoming.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Any other question? So the next question is from Pavel.
Hi, Wes. I just want to continue to the topic which Thomas asked regarding this tautomerization protonation states. When you calculate, did you consider the medium, or this is just in vacuum calculation?
We do have separate neural networks that have continuum solvent effect. So you can have continuum approximation of the solvent.
Okay, so we can calculate these states in water. Okay.
In water, yes.
And whether I could correctly understand you, so you have these two major neural networks, and then you fine-tune them for particular tasks, or you use the same neural network to solve all these problems?
I think Ani a little bit faster. It has some disadvantages for complex applications. It's still good for normal neutral organic molecule. We kind of use AImnet2 as the kind of the latest, greatest, because the flexibility and advancement in algorithms. So kind of newer development kind of switch into latest architecture.
And the final question regarding what are the limitations of this approach? Maybe some conceptual limitations or just temporary limitations?
It might look very impressive, sometimes it is, but it's not magic, right? Whatever is not part of training data, it doesn't do miracles, right? So it have not seen something, it will not reproduce it, right? So whatever, you probably studied domain of applicability for ML and QSAR model. There is the same notion, right? For example, currently the AImNet2 comes from mostly single molecules. Therefore, intermolecular interactions has a lesser quality. But this is more kind of data and, model limitation, which will be overcome. So that is, kind of disclaimer for all of these things. Whatever is in data, you can, or types of data that works for your system would dictate the application.
Yeah, thank you. So some other questions from the audience?
I have a Jim here. Hi, Peter again. May I have a question about the databases AImNet is trained on? So I assume they contain mainly molecules, different conformations, but then some dimers, I guess. Are there trimers in these databases?
Not yet.
Not yet. But they're planned.
Yes. So NMERS, we plan to extend to intermolecular interaction. That's literally a project that we do right now. There's neutral, again, details in the paper, but we essentially take PubChem and we use active learning to swoop through PubChem. And then we enumerate different charge states. So it comes, even exotic, +7 to -7. So it works really, really well for, you can do triphosphate, things like that.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
I have a follow-up question. Have you tried to use this also to check for a possible crystallization states? Like polycrystalline stuff?
Coming soon. The crystal structure. Yeah. Stay tuned. Because it relies on intermolecular interactions.
Yeah, it is. Anyone else? Okay, I don't see any hands, so I probably will not have to run again up and down the auditorium. So thank you again for a very nice lecture about the AImNet, and have a nice rest of the day and weekend.
Thank you so much, and good luck with the school. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Thomas Evangelidis. I am the founder of AIfinnity, also currently serving as CEO and CTO. AIfinnity is a spin-off from Carnegie University. As you have guessed from the name, we do drug design. Specifically, we use AI and nuclear magnetic resonance to predict binding affinities of small molecules and 3D structures of proteins. I will use the buttons. So nuclear magnetic resonance has many applications, spanning protein structure determination, conformational dynamics, studies of molecular interactions, even drug screening. However, it faces certain challenges, like the technical complexity of the spectra, especially as we go up in the dimensions in protein NMR. We face a lot of challenges. The instrumentation cost, the spectrometers are very expensive. They are also very expensive to maintain. And finally, in protein NMR, we have protein size limitations. After the 20 kilodalton threshold, the spectra become very complicated, and the current methods, they struggle to solve the structures of larger proteins. So we navigate these challenges using AI and chemoinformatics in the company. I will start by applications of NMR in drug design. NMR is used for heat identification and heat to lead, to study interactions with ligands, peptides, and other proteins, to measure purity, solubility, and structural integrity of compounds. And recently, we've seen applications on development of targeted protein degraders, cyclic dinucleotides, microcyclic peptides, and even antibody-drug conjugates. So in the company, we developed an integrated NMR AI platform to address these early stages of drug discovery, starting from the structure determination of proteins. The pointer doesn't work. Structure determination, where we have a software program called 40 graphs. You also see the technology readiness level is almost ready to enter the market soon. Yep, and the software takes as input 3-dimensional and 4-dimensional spectra. Then we have, at the next stage, which is the heat discovery, another software called DeepMedChem, deep learning based, as you guess from the name. It's at an early stage of development. And the input to DeepMedChem is every kind of binding data from binding assays, but primarily we use 1-dimensional NMR screening data to improve its performance. And finally, we have the heat to lead stage, where we have another more advanced algorithm called Deep Scaffold, which functions similarly like the DeepMedChem, but it takes also 2-dimensional NMR spectra as input, which gives us structural insights about how the compounds interact with the protein. Regarding the experiments we use for drug design, we use the standard NMR experiments in the industry. For those that you don't know, these are the STD, which stands for saturation transfer difference, and Waterloxy. But we prefer hyperpolarized NMR, which has been recently introduced, and specifically the photo-induced hyperpolarized NMR, or photo-CIDNP, photo-kidnap, I will call it for shortness. What are the advantages of hyperpolarized NMR? Is that it's much more sensitive. It requires about 1 order of magnitude less protein and less compound concentration for the experiment. It's much faster. It takes 2 to 3 seconds per compound, as opposed to half an hour that takes the standard STD experiment. And finally, it doesn't require high-field spectrometers. We can run it on a benchtop NMR, as you see here, which can be placed here on the desk, and it's only 80 megahertz magnetic field strength. All of these methods are called ligand observed because we don't need to know the 3D structure of the protein. That's how we can employ them also to design drugs for intrinsically disordered proteins, those that don't have a structure. And at the right, actually, you see 2 examples. At the top panel, you see an example of a compound that doesn't bind to the protein, in which case the spectrum, the proton spectrum of this compound, matches exactly with the proton spectrum of the mixture of this compound with the protein. And at the bottom panel, you see a compound that interacts, in which case we get a shift, quenching, as we call it. From the position of this quenching, this one is at 7.2 ppm, we can guess which atom, which proton interacts with the protein. That's very important structural information and easy to obtain without knowing the protein 3D structure. So in the company, we developed software solutions based on AI that exploit this information. We call this ligand epitope. The whole region is the ligand epitope, is the region that interacts with the protein. And it's an analogy to the antigen epitopes that you know from immunology. So in the company, we developed 2 types of solutions. The first is generative AI, and second, based on virtual screening. But both of them incorporate this ligand epitope information. And now we'll switch to the structural biology. At the right of this slide, you see 3 classes of proteins. The first class comprises the structured proteins, whose 3D structure we can obtain from X-ray crystallography, from cryo-EM, NMR, even the language and transformer-based models like AlphaFold can predict accurately the 3D structure. At the bottom, you see the 2D spectrum obtained from this structure. Each peak corresponds to a backbone amide, so to one residue of the protein. The peaks are clearly resolved in this two-dimensional spectrum. Then we have the second category. These are the partially disordered proteins, or what contain intrinsically disordered regions, otherwise. These kind of proteins are flexible and can be studied only by NMR. At the bottom, you see a two-dimensional spectrum obtained for this protein. As you can notice, some regions become very crowded. The peaks start to overlap. So it's difficult to distinguish them and assign them to protein atoms. And this problem becomes even more severe at the intrinsically disordered protein class, where the proteins are completely disordered, in which case the two-dimensional spectra are completely unsuitable to study their dynamics, right? The peaks overlap, there's a lot of crowding, so they're useless. That's why in the company we started developing a solution based on higher dimensional spectra, because as you add extra dimensions, the peaks start to resolve better, so it's easier to assign them to protein atoms. And this solution actually has certain advantages. It's the increased resolution, right? So we can apply it to disordered proteins, we can apply it to larger proteins than the standard solutions. We can go up to 5 dimensions. We use the 5 dimensions for IDPs, these intrinsically disordered proteins. But it comes at the cost of less sensitivity. As you increase the dimensionality, you need to measure more time because you must scan at more space, more frequencies. And usually you also to increase the sample concentration of the protein. And as previously mentioned at Carol's presentation, proteins are not happy in high concentrations. They tend to aggregate, they tend to dimerize, and do multiple weird things. And the other disadvantages is the complexity, but we can address this with AI. So our unique value proposition is that we develop a solution which is suitable for larger proteins, above 20 kilodalton, and intrinsically disordered proteins. Now, why NMR is not as popular as X-ray crystallography and cryo-EM? So there are 4 reasons. First reason is sample preparation. NMR requires high concentrations of protein that are isotopically labeled, right? Bacteria and the cells in general are not happy in isotopic labeled media. That's why it's difficult to obtain high quality and high concentration samples. It's a tedious process that takes a lot of time and a lot of money. The second problem is that the experiments used for NMR, they are complicated, especially as you increase the dimensionality. Require expert knowledge, require many years of experience, and not many people have this. Also, the analysis processing is difficult. Then the 3rd stage is the chemical shift assignment. Chemical shift assignment is when you assign signals, as you see here in this picture, to specific atoms of the protein. Especially as the proteins start to increase or become disordered, a lot of signals overlap, so it's difficult to decide to which atom to assign them. And finally is the 3D structure determination, where exist several solutions, but they are imperfect. And also the restraints we obtain from the experiments to predict 3D structure sometimes are incomplete. So in the company, we developed a solution called 4D graphs, which is almost ready to be released, which addresses completely automatically the last 2 stages and semi-automates the 2nd stage. 4D graphs emerged from 4D chains. That's the precursor software. I was the developer of 4D chains in academia. The novelty was, instead of measuring multiple 3D experiments, like 12 or 14, we measure only 3. 4-dimensional, to predict the structure. So, and this has been tested on various settings, ranging from plain structure determination of proteins up to 248 amino acids, to synthetic protein design and validation in collaboration with the Rosetta Group at Washington, studying protein-peptide interaction and studying protein-protein interactions. Now, since then, in the company, we developed 4D graphs, which is the more advanced version, completely rewritten from scratch, it's machine learning based. And the advantage is that it requires one 4D spectrum for both the chemical shift assignment and structure determination. And it works in cycles. So it starts with chemical shift assignment, processing of the spectra. Here highlighted, that's the name of the spectrum we use, the baseline spectrum as we call it. Optionally, we can add more spectra at complicated cases of proteins, but they're not necessary always. So how it acts? So it does chemical shift assignment automatically of this 4D spectrum, defines the restraints, distance-based restraints, and backbone dihedral angle restraints, and it passes them to a modified version of OpenFold 2. OpenFold 2 is one of the open source variations of Alphafold 2. So in the company, we developed a version that works with NMR restraints. And this version predicts an intermediate model, which you see here. You see also the restraints from NMR. With red color, they are the long-range restraints. With green color, the medium-range restraints. So this three-dimensional model is fed back to 4D graphs, which use the 3D distances between atoms to refine the chemical shift assignments and repeat the cycle another 2 times. So in total, 3 times it's repeated. And we obtain the final model with OpenFold and the chemical shift assignments. And here in this short video, is this a PDF file? Probably, yes, a PDF file. So you can find it on YouTube. I demonstrate how our modified version of OpenFold folds a relatively large protein for NMR. It consists of 248 amino acids, 27 kilodalton. And we used only one spectrum for that, only the 4-dimensional noisy. Oh, we can see the video. Yeah, so at the first stages, OpenFold rearranges the helices, packs them together, and then does the fine-tuning, the refinement of local structure until it derives the final model, like this. And again, I have marked the distance restraints we obtained from NMR. With red lines, the long range, with green lines, the medium range, and with white, the short range. After we obtain the structure from OpenFold, we need to equilibrate it in explicit solvent. That's why we have set up on our GPU server a completely automated protocol based on Hamiltonian replica exchange. That's an enhanced sampling technique to equilibrate the structure in explicit solvent and create an ensemble like this, which is the final ensemble. And the following slides are too technical, so I'll go through them quickly. I don't want to torment you with technical details. I mentioned earlier the main problem with NMR is that as we increase dimensionality, the sensitivity drops. It means that we need longer measurement times and more sample concentration. So this is an example of our benchmark proteins. It's the carbonic anhydrase 2 enzyme, 29 kilodalton. That's considered a large protein for NMR. And we measured 2 times to obtain the 4D spectrum. One time using a sample with 273 micromolar concentration, and the second time with almost double the concentration, 600 micromolar. And here, the left panel, you see a projection of the signals. That's a 2-dimensional projection of the 4D spectrum because I cannot show you the 4D in 4 dimensions. So what we see here are the signals from the side chains of the protein, from the aliphatic carbons and protons. And you see, as we double the concentration, more signals start to emerge. You see the signals with red color that correspond to the high concentrated sample are twice as many as the signals we obtain from the lower concentration sample. And you know, the more signals we obtain, the more distance restraints we obtain, so the more reliable is the structure prediction. Eventually, for this protein, we needed to measure 21 days. It's a large protein, as I said, so we added extra 3D experiments to support the calculations. And we measured on CADD at the largest spectrometer they have, the 950 megahertz. And this is the final structure of the protein. I will go through quickly now some technical slides. To tackle the low sensitivity problem of 4-dimensional spectra, we also have protocols based on 3D spectra, and specifically for intrinsically disordered proteins. So this is one example of a 2D spectrum from an intrinsically disordered protein in our benchmark. we use this set of experiments. Each of these 6 experiments, they give us the signals from the backbone, but different atoms. You see here, for example, the first one gives us from the nitrogen of residue I, the proton of residue I, and the nitrogen of residue I+1, the next in the sequence, and so on. So our 40 graphs algorithms can combine all these experiments together and assign to each of these signals that you see here a specific atom, backbone atom of the protein. And this is very important because then we can study interactions. We can map where exactly the small molecules bind on the protein, right? To which atoms, to which residues. And this can help us to do rational drug design. Nevertheless, as the protein size increases, the spectrum becomes even more and more crowded. So the 3D spectra are not suitable anymore for larger proteins. But because we use 3 dimensions, we're able to tackle the operating concentrations. Usually, we can obtain samples between 200 and 400 micromolar in the lab. As we increase the concentration, they start to aggregate. But that's the advantage of using 3D spectra. And then we have 5-dimensional spectra. This is a terrible case of the RNA polymerase subunit. It's 20 kilodalton protein, but half of it is disordered completely. As you can see here, the 2D spectrum is completely crowded. Even when I zoom in, now we did the assignments, so we have the final assignments, but if we haven't measured 5-dimensional spectra, we wouldn't be able to assign peaks to this 2D spectrum. So what is the novelty here is that instead of studying only 2 nuclei, instead of usually the amide nitrogen, amide proton, we add extra nuclei, another 3 nuclei. That's why we go from 2 to 5 dimensions, right? And we were able to assign the chemical shifts to that. There are even harder cases, for example, of repetitive residues in the sequence. This is exactly the same protein, but I have highlighted 4 residues in the sequence which are repetitive. And when we have repetitive residues in a disordered region, that means that even in 5 dimensions, we have a lot of overlap. So it makes it hard. For example, look how it looks like. This is the region that corresponds to these 4 residues that are repetitive. In this case, we employed another experiment. What we replaced here was, instead of using hydrogens, they tend to be crowded, very crowded. They fall in the same region of the spectrum. So we replace the hydrogens with the C-alpha carbons, which are better resolved. However, this experiment is less sensitive, requires longer measurement time, but we were able to assign clearly, as you see here in the 2D projections, the peaks that correspond to these 4 residues. So why did I show you all this? In IDPs, which are the most challenging targets in pharmaceutical industry, it's very important to know where exactly the small molecule interacts. So if we have the chemical shift assignment of the whole sequence, we can do short titration experiments at low concentrations. We don't need high concentrations for the titrations. Specifically, we can do 3D experiments for titrations. They are associated 3D experiments from each of these 5D pulse sequences that I showed you. And we can map where exactly they bind. So that's the purpose of the 5D NMR. And here in this slide, I show you how we employ typically, usually in folded or partially disordered proteins, the chemical shifts to do fragment-based drug design and study of weak inhibitors with a protein. You may not know, but the hit compounds, usually they have KD, or binding affinity, at the high micromolar range or the low millimolar range, which is insufficient for them to be crystallized, right? And X-ray crystallography is an inappropriate method to do the hit discovery, right? However, NMR is very sensitive, and it can work with small molecules, even small fragments, with KDs up to 500 micromolar or at the low millimolar stage. So What is the principle here? The principle here is that we use 40 graphs to do the chemical shift assignment of the protein atoms, and then we do short titration experiments. Two-dimensional experiments, it takes about 45 minutes per experiment. We titrate the compound, so we measure increasingly high concentration of the compound, and we observe how the spectrum changes. Here I have circled the peaks that they shift, that they're perturbed. We call this chemical shift perturbation. So we know which peaks are perturbed once the small fragment binds to the protein. We have the assignments of these peaks. We know to which atoms correspond, and therefore we can map the location of the binding site on the protein. We can measure further experiments. There are 2D experiments, fast ones, to obtain distance restraints and resolve the 3D structure, even with a weakly bound heat compound with weak binders. That's a great advantage over X-ray crystallography. And all of this that I showed you, unfortunately, when we started in the company, there were no resources on the web, no documentation how to analyze 3-dimensional, 4-dimensional, 5-dimensional spectra, how to set up the experiments. That's why we sat together, all of us, and we were consulted by experts, and we started writing tutorials. And these are available for the whole NMR community, so they can employ the same experiments. And soon the software will be available on the online portal. We will start with 40 graphs and then with a drug design. So also from spectra, analysis, experiment setup, peak picking, everything is available as tutorials on GitHub and soon on YouTube as well. We are a spin-off of CADD from Carnegie University, so we use the CADD biophysical facilities for our experiments. We have access to full range of spectrometers, up to 950 megahertz, which is the strongest one for the large proteins and the IDPs. We have access for our drug discovery projects to other biophysical facilities like X-ray crystallography, mass spectrometry, compound screening, like with MST and SPR. And we currently have 2 ongoing drug discovery projects jointly with our partners. Apart from CADD, we have partnered with NextMR, that's a spin-off from ETH from Zurich. They do hyperpolarized NMR screening, and they give us the data. We have developed the software backup to do the analysis automatically and drug design. And with Anhor Medicines from Taiwan. This is a company that specializes in PROTAC, molecule design for protein degradation, and that's why our first project is aimed on the androgen receptor. It's at the heat discovery late heat discovery stage. And our aim is to design a PROTAC that will cure prostate cancer. But we recently initiated a second project that's in collaboration with the chemistry department of Carnegie University and NextMR. And that project is focused on epigenetic regulators, like epigenetic enzymes. So, and here at the bottom you see the structure from AlphaFold of androgen receptor. It's an IDP, intrinsically disordered protein. The only structural part is this small DNA binding domain. That's why NMR is ideal for designing binders, small molecules that bind to this protein, and study their interactions. We currently have 11 members, and we are hiring. Total FT equivalent 8.5. And we have scientific advisors. Pavel is one of them. And I forgot to add in this presentation, please have a look at the LinkedIn profile. We have 2 open PhD positions and 2 open positions for postdoc level researchers. And yeah, that's it. So thank you very much. Unfortunately, I cannot disclose more information about drug design. It's confidential. So it was rather loaded with structural biology. Next time.
Chemical shifts concentration dependent as well?
Concentration, look. as we increase the concentration, strange things start to happen in the in vitro tube, like dimerization, degradation, conformational changes. So in that sense, they are dependent. Yeah. But if a protein is a monomer, they should be the same at 200 micromolar and the same at 400 micromolar if these strange events do not occur. Usually when we increase up after 500 micromolar, they start to do weird things. And then we have to guess, like, what is, or maybe a DNA molecule is abundant there, is left inside, and has a conformational effect or changes the local electronic environment of some atoms. And we're trying to guess, how did this happen? Like, how did this? Or in the gel filtration, for example, we get two peaks. Yeah. Very close to each other, molecular weights. And the protein's a monomer. And we try to guess what else has co-complex with the second peaks at higher concentration. Is it the same protein, or is the other peak a degraded version of that protein? So I mentioned earlier in your talk that the main bottleneck in structural biology is biochemistry. It's not the algorithms, it's not the experiments. So the real challenge is to produce high quality and pure spectra, samples at high concentration. So if you have this, then you can crystallize the protein, you can solve the NMR structure, whatever you want.
My name is Lžičař, and I am a CTO and co-founder in DeepMedChem. And today's presentation is about our platform called CHEESE, which stands for Chemical Embeddings Search Engine. And it's called 3D shape and electrostatic virtual screening in a vector space. Our main tool is called CHEESE Search, and it's a search engine like Google for molecules, where you can enter smiles and search based on 3D shape, electrostatic, or other similarities. And it's freely available on cheese.deepmedchem.com. You can try it. And there's also API access or cloud or an on-premises version, which is like offline. So that's the practical software. And now let's talk about the theory and background. Our framework is about moving virtual screening and search of molecules into vector space. In standard notion, you have a chemical space, some list of molecules. Those molecules can have various similarities in shape or electrostatic or some property similarities. And to find the most active molecules, you are using like virtual screening. And in our work, we are trying to represent the molecules as vector embeddings, and the chemical space is then a metric vector space with some metric, usually Euclidean distance. So to compute similarities, we are taking those Euclidean distances of vectors, and then for molecular search or for virtual screening, we are doing a nearest neighbor search in a vector database. Here is a simplistic illustration. How does it work? We have some molecules which have, let's say, 0.9 shape similarity, and this will translate proportionally to 0.1 Euclidean distance in this space of CHEESE embeddings. Here are another illustration. How does it work in practice? Compared to standard molecular fingerprints. I'm using Morgan fingerprints here. In shape similarity, yeah, here is just a standard query on Campbell 31 using Morgan fingerprints, and you are searching for the most similar molecule. This is what you will get. And CHEESE trained on shape similarity. I'm saying trained because it's an AI model, so we are always training it to the metric of choice. Will return more shape-similar scaffolds in this case. Another example, Morgan fingerprint versus cheese trained on shape similarity. Yeah, and like last one. So you can see that the training really works in the sense that the resulting molecules are more shape similar. And in electrostatic similarity, it's the same case with Morgan fingerprints. Fingerprints usually match some features of the molecules, but not all features, and you cannot choose like which one if it's the shape or electrostatic. So again, in case of cheese, in this case, it preserves both disulfonamides. Fingerprints will not. Okay, and last example, we can compute N2N similarity matrices of Tanimoto similarities in case of Morgan fingerprints and of those cheese distances, and you will see that in case of the cheese model that there are a lot more nuances between those small molecules, whereas in case of fingerprints, especially on smaller molecules, we will get like either it's very like almost 1.0 or very low similarity. And the contributions of this work are mainly in ligand-based virtual screening benchmarks, such as LitPCBA, DUDE, or sidechain virtual screening. And in some of them, we have even 3 times a higher enrichment factor, and we are also significantly faster and cheaper than other methods, especially in the case of 3D shape virtual screening. There are methods such as rocks or shapes which do that, but a lot slower because they need to every time compute the conformers, align them, etc. But we are just computing distances of vectors on GPUs, and that's ultra fast. Our models also seem to generalize because we trained them on one chemical space and picked 11 another chemical spaces to test the retrieval distribution. When you are searching using our method, it generalized relatively well. And the molecules are also like unique compared to searched by fingerprints or other methods. So traditionally, you have those like binary fingerprints, such as Morgan, ESP, Max, Daylight, and you are computing set similarity intersection over union of those binary bits. And then on the other side, there are those computational heavy, but more physicochemically sound, 3D shape and electrostatic metrics. Usually, as I said, they work by computing the conformers, then aligning them, computing some 3D overlap or electrostatic overlap. And it turns out in the literature that these methods are usually, in terms of electrostatic similarity, if it's for electrostatics, more resistant to so-called activity cliffs, where you have very similar molecule, but it has drastically different activity. And also, in some cases, it's very beneficial on some protein targets to find molecules of certain shape. So that's why it's more accurate. And in our work, we are adopting a metric called ESP-SIM or shape-SIM from this paper on the value of using 3D shape and electrostatic similarities in deep generative methods. And essentially, it works like this. You take 2 molecules, and for each molecule, you compute ensemble of conformers. And then you align all the conformers with each other and select the best aligned pairs of those conformers. And for this best aligned pair, you calculate the electrostatic or shape overlap integral, and you will get a scalar value expressing this similarity. This computation takes usually minutes of CPU time for just one pair of molecules, and that's why is it slow. But we are doing this only to construct a training data set for a neural network AI model, and then after the training data set is done, the prediction of the neural network of the vector embedding takes only milliseconds. So it's then super fast to calculate those embeddings for a large number of molecules, and there is no need to do another conformer calculations and overlaps during the search itself. Here's another illustration. And the model architecture works similarly to Siamese neural networks or sentence transformers. It's a double tower architecture where you have two neural networks, and you are inputting a pair of entities, in this case molecules, and optimizing the molecule to the neural networks to produce vectors in the high-dimensional Euclidean space, where the loss function is whether the distance of the vectors is preserving some metric of choice. So you have a pair of molecules and a target metric, like their shape similarity, and you are training the neural network to create isometric vector representation of these. Then the vector database itself consists of architecture combining the latest developments in semantic search. There are vector embeddings which are clustered. For instance, we have 5.5 billion chemical database, so that's the size of enamine real, and we create around 75K clusters by k-means clustering. Then we apply some tricks and methods of quantization called product quantization and create an inverted vector index with product quantization, which is significantly, there are significant reductions in memory, and it's also very efficient, because then during the search, you can retrieve the nearest cluster from disk, and then search exhaustively in this cluster. To illustrate it more simply, whereas with Tanimoto similarity of fingerprints or in some other methods, if you are searching by a molecule, you need to compare it with all other molecules, so the complexity is linear. If you add another million molecules, you need to do another million comparisons during the search. In this clustered vector approach, you take only the nearest cluster, and you can be based on the cluster centroid, and you can be sure that the molecules in the cluster will be similar as well, because it's clustered by similarity if you have these isometric representations. In practice, it means that we are very efficient. Maybe telling example is in the second, in the bottom table, where to search one molecule or do one shape similarity screening with rocks on CPU, you would need 55 CPU years. With fast rocks, which is a GPU version of rocks, you would need 30 minutes, but on 200 GPU cluster. But with our tool, the search can run on a CPU, and it needs just 6 seconds to do one search. So it's effectively like three orders of magnitude faster and up to 6 orders of magnitude less costly per query. Now here are some benchmarks. One of these benchmarks is just like search benchmarks. So you always are searching the most similar molecules and then calculating the ground truth conformer overlaps to see how reliable the search is and whether it really retrieves more shape-similar molecules. You do the same as before, but you will calculate the ground truth ESP-sim or shape-sim values. And here are the distributions on all the 11 chemical spaces. Our models were trained on a zinc 22, that's the top right corner. But we tested the distribution on all these another databases. Some of them are enumerative, some are combinatorial or fragment-based, and some have like natural products or FDA-approved drugs or synthetic chemistry. So it's very, very diverse. And here is it for electrostatic similarity. We can see from the distributions that the shape similarity model works better. It's like better means that the distribution in the right is shifted to right. So the retrieval values are closer to 1. One is like exact similarity. And it's also unique if we do like Venn diagram. Here is it only with fingerprints, but it applies also to OROX or other methods. It will give you unique molecules. Then most interesting are the ligand-based visual screening benchmarks. Ligand-based means that you are doing visual screening based on previously known hits or active molecules. And usually in all of these benchmarks you have an active molecule and then a set of mixed test set where you have both actives and inactives. And better is the method which is able to recall another active molecules from this set of unknown molecules. So in LitPCBA, there are around 150 dose response PubChem bioassays on 15 targets. This benchmark is also interesting because it's tackling the issue of biases in benchmarks. For instance, in DUDE, which I will present later, there is a problem that if you train some machine learning models, such as a random forest on the benchmark, you can achieve almost 100% accuracy. So there are some biases. But this benchmark was debiased by some advanced methods to give you 50% accuracy if you just want to overfit some AI model on it. So it should be resistant to this phenomenon of overfitting. And we compare cheese with fingerprints, rocks, and Surflex doc. And there are two scenarios. One is this single ligand evaluation, where, as I said, you have like one molecule by which you are searching or deciding which unknown molecules are active or inactive. And across targets, here we can see the median enrichment factor. So enrichment factor at 1% means that in 1% of the top molecules the method retrieves, how many of the actives are there. So effectively, we find more actives by cheese than by rocks, for instance. And in multi-ligand evaluation, that's maybe more interesting scenario, you are allowed to use more molecules to search by. With cheese, in the vector space, you can do operation we call batch search, where you are taking some like set similarity metric, where you are comparing a set of molecules you are searching by with all the other molecules by some like set similarity. And in this case, we were even better, achieving like up to 3 times higher enrichment ratio in some cases. Yeah, here's what I was talking about, that there are like various set similarity metrics. For instance, in computer vision, or in 3D point cloud similarity, they are used very often because you need to compare one like point cloud to another. And for that, you need some metric, some set similarity metric. How are these two sets of points or 3D coordinates similar? And we can use the same in like a high-dimensional Euclidean space. So just to give you some intuition, for instance, the like super simple approach is this maximum similarity on the top, where you go through all the molecules in the set and take like a maximum similarity to any of those molecules you are searching by. So it's maximum similarity of any. Then there is another, it's like mean similarity, where you compute all the distances and take the average. But then there are also more advanced ones. For instance, in this active-inactive contrast, you will take the maximum similarity to active molecules and minimum similarity to inactive ones. So we are optimizing like both the similarity, the proximity, and the distance to the sets you have. And then there are even more mathematically advanced, such as optimal transport from like optimal transport theory, which is some like abstract distance of distribution, if I like simplify it a lot. And yeah, that's interesting that those like distances are also performing differently. For instance, in shape similarity, the active-inactive contrast worked the best, and in electrostatic similarity, the optimal transport worked the best. DUDE is another benchmark with around 100 targets, kinases, enzymes, proteases, like nuclear receptors. And here we compared cheese with rocks, which is the most like standard method for 3D shape or electrostatic similarity. Then with USR, which is using some statistical moments and L1 distance between them. And well-known like Autodoc Vina for looking, and WAMS, which uses some like 3D rasterized pixels to compare the shape. And here we performed very well. You can see that we have higher bedrock, which is like that's an enrichment adjust rock AUG, which means because in virtual screening you are interested more in the molecules on the top. If the molecules on the top are more active, then that's much better if in average the molecules like on the bottom or so, or in the middle. So bedrock is used in this in these benchmarks often because it's more reliable in the like real world virtual screening scenarios. So in this case, the bedrock means that top 2% of molecules make 80% of the result. You can see in some like on miscellaneous, which are like that mix of all possible categories, we are the best, and on kinases as well. On nuclear receptors, the Autodoc Vina seems to be the same or better, and then there are like not much samples, or like 3, 2, or 4, so that's not statistically significant. Here's it in average. And now we have also a comparison from another paper with Gold, Glide, FlexIS, and SurFlexDock. These are like industry standard docking softwares. Here Gold and Glide was a lot better than Cheese, but Cheese was better than Flex or SurFlex. And in sidechain virtual screening, that's the last benchmark I will present. The task is to find a good bioisoters, or in molecular pairs of actives and inactives. So you have in the training and test both molecules which are sharing some context. They have the same scaffold, and only one R group or few atoms are being changed. And some of those very similar molecules are active, and some of those are inactive. So you need to pick the molecules with the correct bioisoters to ace this benchmark. And here we compared with Sparks, Mina, Glide, or with RDKit. And Spark was the best, but we were like close behind. It's, in my opinion, very interesting that in these kinds of benchmarks, with the ligand-based approach and just this like vector search, you can sometimes get very close to the accuracies or the performance of docking. And docking is like, that's more than 6 orders of magnitude slower than this like search approach. This is may mean that the method is successful, but also that it may mean that there is a high amount of noise, of some like maybe experimental noise, or the benchmark are not ideal. So that's up to more research. And the next steps are, because fundamentally the ligand-based virtual screening is limited. Not always. You can just search some active molecule and get another actives and make a new drug. So the next step would be to consider not similarity search, but complementarity search, for instance, shape complementarity or electrostatic complementarity, to be able to search as well by the protein pocket or by the full protein to get the best matching molecules to the given, like in terms of complementarity to the protein pocket. So that would be kind of docking, but super fast if we use this vector database approach, and also maybe a bit less accurate. So it would be like more approximate, like complementarity matching or so. But it could be very promising if you want to tackle these huge databases, like which have billions or trillions of molecules. Then like dock them all, that's totally computationally impossible. But with this, you could narrow the number of candidates to thousands or so, and then like dock them properly or use another method. So like that's, in my opinion, like promising research path. Yeah, that's all. Thanks a lot for your attention. For interested PhD students, we have now multiple grants where we will be soon looking for candidates. So if you are interested, you can contact me on LinkedIn or on this email. Otherwise, thank you for attention.
For the lecture, and are there any questions?
Yes.
Has there been considered also like a synthetic feasibility of the compounds, or?
Yeah, synthetic feasibility. You mean by the retrieved compounds in the search? It depends on the database. Some databases, you can download some databases directly from vendors and search in like in-stock compounds. You can directly order or which are easily synthesizable. Then in the combinatorial or fragment-based chemical spaces, such as Enamine, Explore, Chemria, it's more complicated, but usually they guarantee like around 80% synthesizability. That's like optimistic that if you order some molecules, they will send you like 80% in a month or something. So it varies, but yeah, there is a contrast between doing search and generating molecules de novo or by some generative AI models. And this search approach can guarantee you that if you choose some database which is in stock, you will get really synthesizable or molecules which are in stock. The generative models usually have like much more problems with that.
You are looking for the electrostatic similarity. Would it be possible to look for the lipophilic similarity?
Yes. This metric learning approach is kind of general. So if you construct a training data set such that it will have some similarities in some property, we also try to train, for instance, model on activity similarities. So you measure some CADD or IC50 and compute the similarities or differences in that, and then train the model. So yes, it should work with lipophilic similarity, and you could then search like similarly lipophilic molecules. That's an interesting application. In some cases, in some metrics, for instance, for the complementarity, it might get more complicated because some of these differences of some property or metric similarities or complementarities might not be actually a metric. They might not respect like triangle inequality or some properties of or symmetricity or some properties of a metric. But in lipophility, it should be okay.
So I have many questions, but I will ask just few of them, and then we maybe continue discussion. The first question regarding the results comparison with rocks, especially in the first part of the presentation where you showed that your approaches substantially outperform rocks. And this is quite interesting for me why it happens, because conceptually they are the same and they should return identical outputs.
Yes, I think the performance difference is most visible in this computational efficiency, which is understandable because in rocks, during the search, you are actually aligning the molecular conformers or the rocks features, and here you are just doing nearest neighbor search in a vector database, which is like super fast operation. Is this performance difference clear?
For me not. I mean not performance, computational performance. I mean validation performance of this data set.
Yes, the validation. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, here for example. So I would expect the same numbers, or at least the same order of numbers. And since the rock is so bad in comparison to your approach, what is the difference? Because you use conceptually the same information.
Yeah, that's true, and it's interesting. There are differences in the metric itself. So it might be that, for instance, this shape sim uses a more nuanced approach of this conformer overlap computation. So it might be like differences in this computation. Whereas rocks is using these kind of, here is it, maybe later. Yeah, rocks is using actually like overlay of these like ball components. So it might be that the overlap of volumetric overlap of these conformers is more nuancedly computed in the shape symmetric than in this like overlap of these balls. That's one possibility. And another possibility is that yeah, it's hard to define what shape similarity exactly is. So that's why we usually measure the performance in practice. It might, because there is no way how to decide that this is more exact shape similarity or less exact similarity, because there are different ways how to align conformers and compute the overlaps. So apart from this, it may also simply differ in practice. That it might be that ROX performs the same or better in terms of retrieving shape-similar molecules, but it somehow is slightly worse in practice because of some effects, and we can then discuss like which effects are those. Maybe it's like ignoring something important, or it's noise in the benchmark, or yeah. So there are like it would need like more research to say why exactly this happens. For now we just see this observation. Otherwise, it's also interesting, or for me, it's even more intriguing why it should be better on this the benchmark in comparison with autodock Vina, for instance, because the docking, or in contrast with this glide or gold, which should be like much more accurate, or because it takes the information of the target and docks the molecules in there. So why is it not significantly better? And this might be yeah, that in the real world the data are more complex than yeah, and it would need more research to say exactly what's like happening there. Yeah, it's apples and oranges. That's true. That's definitely true.
You don't have a common denominator in this case to compare so different approaches. Yeah, you can make such comparison, but it says not that much. So am I properly understanding your learning approach? So you generate conformers only during the training phase. And during the prediction phase, you just supply a graph.
Yeah, exactly.
And it creates you directly from the graph embedding, which you use for further computation.
Yes.
In this case, the question may be, this would be an answer why ROX doesn't work well. How many conformers you generated for ROX? Maybe it's not enough number of conformers for ROX. And how many conformers you generated during the training stage of your model for compounds?
Yeah, exactly. For our model, we generated around like 20 conformers for each molecule, and then did the alignment of all of them. For ROX, I don't remember exactly.
Okay, so we can discuss this later. So this is just a guess why they can differ. And one more question. Quite important, because your model is just ordinary machine learning model. So you use some data which you approximate in some way. What is the applicability domain of your model? So can you reliably predict diverse set of molecules, and how you prove this, how you validate this? Because if you train, for example, just on amide derivatives, you cannot predict, for example, carboxylic acids, probably. No, not in this case, except, but in electrostatic, for example, similarity, definitely yes. So how you control this?
Oh yes, yeah, that's here in this in these benchmarks. So we trained it on zinc, like there are around 5 million molecules in the training of molecular pairs in the training set. And then we benchmarked it on like other databases with like different chemistries. But and just from this, we can say that it extrapolates even on out of the distribution chemistries or databases which variant in or chemotypes which variant in zinc. But to like answer more accurately, we would need to like look on some classes of or some chemotypes and compare it exactly. However, this is very like high level comparison because we are here computing the whether it retrieves electrostatically similar molecules, and so we can say that in general it seems there is not a huge drop in performance on very different like databases or chemistries than where it was trained in. However, of course, you are right that we would expect a performance drop on some some failure cases on chemistries which wasn't like represented in zinc. For instance, we know that it performs like slightly worse on combinatorial databases or on natural products because they weren't so often in zinc. But on drug-like molecules, such as Campbell or PubChem, the performance was relatively stable.
Just a short question. The rocks have the combo score, which is combination of the shape and color. Did you try to combine your ESP simulations, shape sim, and how it went?
Yes, we tried to. Yeah, it's interesting that you can do more complicated search queries. For instance, combine the embeddings, or during the search, you can set that you want, I don't know, 40% shape similar and 70% electrostatic similar molecules, and you can do these more complicated queries. We haven't like benchmarked them, but we know that this is like possible, and it's interesting to see like what effect it has. It's also you can as well set the query to, for instance, search by similarity, like shape, I don't know, electrostatic similarity, but shape dissimilarity, or otherwise. For instance, to obtain interesting scaffold hops, you might want that to have like dissimilar molecules in some way, but similar in electrostatics.
I want second panel about comparing docking with ligand similarity. Some of your benchmarks, like the UD2, for example, were specifically designed to challenge docking software programs. If you read the publication, they have clustered the actives according to 3D structure and chemical structure, and they selected a diverse set. So the set of each receptor is incomplete. It's carefully tailored to challenge the docking software, and it's also stated in the publication it should not be used to compare ligand-based with structure-based drug design. It's like comparing apples with oranges. You should find a data set. I think the other one you showed, LT something. I think in the publication, yes, this one, LIT. I think in the publication they explicitly state that it can be used both for ligand-based, similarity-based, and structure-based, like docking comparison. I have worked with these data sets when I was at IOCP, and I can tell you, with simple random forests, with the ECFP fingerprint, I could get almost perfect correlations, but it's like cheating.
Well, you mean in exactly this data set?
The UD too.
Yes. I agree. I agree that the UDE is problematic. Why I even have it here, it's because still it's like kind of industry standard, or in like or in all of like previous publications on rocks and fingerprints, like there was the UDE. So that's it's important just to to follow the expectations, but I agree that it's problematic, and there are multiple papers which are saying that in the UDE there is some like bias, or it's prone to overfitting, and you can train random forest and get 100% accuracy. However, this is why I also did these other benchmarks like LitPCBA, which are specifically tackling this issue and doing some unbiasing of this problem to be applicable also to machine learning methods, or also to ligand-based virtual screening. So I definitely agree that UD is problematic, and it's documented in literature, so we need to take the results with like high level of caution, or maybe even ignore them. But in this like LitPCBA or in other more recent benchmarks, I believe them more.
Business question. What you show is basically a really great piece of software to search the compounds and stuff. How do you make money on it?
Oh yes. There are multiple like ways how to do that. One like obvious case is to get a provision from those database providers which are selling the molecules. So basically this role of an like eShop or so. You can search, and then usually you want to order those molecules. Another way is that pharma companies have some internal chemical spaces where they want to search, and they also might have some use cases. In the on-premises version, you can like run it offline, so it's more like secure or private, and also you can use those embeddings, so you can use them to predict properties of the molecules, or use some like advanced functionalities. One pharma company, we are doing, for instance, some POC on Dell screens. So there's another use case where you have huge amount of molecules, you want to fast be able to like search them, etc. Then there are those other cases like the property prediction or even visualization. Other way how to make money is to like license it to interested pharma companies. Otherwise, you are right that like all the applications are free. So you, as an academic or a student, you can use them as you wish, and yeah.
But applications are not standalone programs.
No, they are in the web. Or then there is the on-premises, but that's like a Docker container or server installation.
If not, then thank you again. And let me thank you all for staying that long. And I hope that you've enjoyed the workshop as much as I did. Happy